Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. We are all excited to be here. I know I am excited to be here. My name is Lisa Marshall. I am assistant, what will I tell you? Assistant Extension Professor at North Carolina State University's Department of Nuclear Engineering. And you'll hear a little bit more about me later on. I would like to thank and welcome Minister Barduja, Rector Kostuyu, Vice Rector Kiliazen, and Director General Magwood. I now bring to the stage Mr. Ian Farnan. Barduja first. I am to bring to the stage Minister Barduja.
Thank you. No, it's okay. Good morning, everybody. We'll try this again. Morning, everybody. Good to see you all. It's a room full of energy in Pitești, and I appreciate that. So, Director General Magwood and Rector Kostoiu and distinguished rector and colleagues and friends and professors and fans of nuclear, it's wonderful to be here. And my dear friend Dana Lolache, I think that we are, first of all, honored to host this event in Romania, and I know that Pitești and this wonderful university is very proud to have you here. I appreciate the initiative, first of all. I think that the purpose behind these workshops is to bring together the academic world and make sure that nuclear has a future. Because we can have the latest technologies, and we do, including SMRs, including here in Romania, hopefully among the first places in the world, for sure in Europe. But if we don't have the right people involved, then it's all for nothing. We will not have the experts to operate these technologies in a safe manner and in an efficient manner. So thank you. It's an interesting job to be Minister of Energy in Romania, and it's an interesting time. Because the world is going through this transition, and as Director General Magwood told me earlier, I hope I can quote him, you know, folks said for a long time that this would be easy, that everybody would win from it, that that it's just gonna, you know, go through. And we're finding out that it's not the case. I was yesterday in Portugal with our president, with Mr. Iohannis, to sign an MOU on our energy cooperation. And the Minister of Energy there was quite traumatized because just a week ago he had been thrown green paint on by environmental activists. And I was puzzled because Portugal is one of the most ambitious countries in the world when it comes to decarbonization. In fact, they've been off of coal since 2021 or so, completely. And so they had to replace coal with a baseload source of production, and that was gas. But it's still not good enough. And of course, they're not fans of nuclear either. So what do you do? Well, I think that Romania is lucky to be a fan of nuclear since a long time ago. And I keep reflecting on the brilliant decision made by Romania in the 70s to turn to a Western technology, to turn to CANDU. Essentially, that was a very bold move and a very unusual move as the only country really behind the Iron Curtain that turned to Western technology. All our neighbors today are reliant on Russian experts, on Russian uranium, on Russian technologies. It's not a place you want to be in. Moreover, the CANDU technology has allowed us to develop a full integrated nuclear cycle. Everything from mining uranium and using that uranium that is not enriched in our CANDU reactors to the development of heavy water, which we're looking forward to restarting with the help of Canada. We signed in Paris at the previous NEA event that I attended an MOU with the Ontario Power Generation Company, OPG, and we're hoping to restart heavy water production as the global demand for heavy water has skyrocketed. It's now used in all these different electronic devices, I understand, not just in our nuclear plants. So anyway, we have everything we need to be a player, a leader really in the nuclear field in our region. So beyond that, I think I'm happy to report that our nuclear program is going very well, our civil nuclear program. I was in Doicești on Friday to see the site where the SMRs will be placed, the first SMRs in Europe or possibly the world. And the timeline there is 2029, but we really hope to accelerate. When Secretary Kerry came, the Special Advisor on Climate, that was the main message she gave us all. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. How can we do it faster? How can we prove that SMRs can indeed work? And how can Romania really be a leader in this technology? And I think we have what it takes through Nuclear-Electrica to become promoters of this technology in the whole region, to become essentially operators of other SMRs in different countries, from Greece to, you know, the Republic of Moldova, Ukraine, perhaps as far as Georgia. So the site is progressing incredibly well. What they were supposed to do in 3 years, they did it in 1. Essentially, they took down the old plant. And if you go to Doicești, or if you see the video, and Kerry posted the video on his Twitter page, you see the most beautiful metaphor of the transformation of our energy system. Essentially, they're bringing down the old coal plant there and building new sources of power. And they already have in operation 80 megawatts of solar, a solar farm, essentially 2. So I think that we have every shot at seeing the first SMR in Europe in 2029. And of course, the Polytechnic University and the academic world in Romania have stepped up. And they said, well, who's going to operate it? So now we have the first simulator for an SMR in Europe, certainly one of the first in the world. I think there's only one other command room, simulator command room in the US. And we visited it, and they're already training the experts that will operate the SMRs in Doicești and in other places in Romania and around Europe. I think that's wonderful. I know that Nuclear-Electrica is hiring 500, 600 experts this year alone. This will be the people that will help run everything. And for the young people in the room, if you're looking at nuclear, I think that that's a wonderful prospect for you. It's a sector that will keep growing. It's a sector that will have a word to say for humanity's future for many years to come. So I hope you take an interest in that. And I think that the collaboration among universities is also essential. Sure, the simulator is located at the Polytechnic University, but I'm sure my friend Rector Costoiu will extend a big hand to all the other universities, including University of Pitești, and the nuclear tradition you have here with Raten and all the other players involved to really join efforts and make sure that this is successful. Last but not least, units 3 and 4. Also on track, happy to report that we are looking at 2031 for the year of bringing online Unit 3, 2032 for Unit 4. It's a complicated project. There are structures that are standing since the late 1980s. So one of the main questions that the technical experts asked was, can they withhold for another 30 years, 60 years? By the end of their cycle, they would be almost 100 years old. And the answer was yes. And so CANDU, the Canadians, came and evaluated this. And along with all the other players involved, Sargent and Lundy and many others, they said this project is doable. We are in the process of securing approval from the European Commission to move forward. I don't have a doubt that we will succeed. And so I think we have every prospect out there to be a leader and to show the world that nuclear is indeed the key. Indeed, there is no path to zero emissions without nuclear. That is my firm point of view. I know that NEA strongly believes that. It's part of your DNA, if I may say so. And I'm sure that together we will continue to accomplish great things. Once again, thank you so much, Director General Magwood, and to everybody who put this event together. It's a wonderful occasion, and please count on the support of the Ministry of Energy for all your endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Rodijo. Next up, we have.
Sorry, I gotta go.
Totally understand. Thank you. Next up, we will hear opening remarks from Minister Ian, sorry, that's a little on the slide. We will now have remarks from Mr. Ian Farnan.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you to everyone who's been involved in inviting me here. My name's Ian Farnan. I'm from the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom, and I'm also a member of the NEA Global Forum on Nuclear Education. And so I'm here as part of that. I'm a working group chair in that group. So what's facing Romania in terms of nuclear education is facing most countries. And in the UK, we've been trying to address those issues for a number of years. And I think we have some ideas. I'm going to talk a bit more detail about what we've tried to do in the UK later on. But the sort of things we want to address is how do we inspire young people to want to study nuclear? Okay, in the past, there was, in a very distant past, it was a very inspiring subject. Now we're competing with other sorts of green technologies, very fancy solar cells that work at different wavelengths, all sorts of things that attract very bright people to do them. So I think it's very important that we think about how we increase the attractiveness of nuclear and also have a much more diverse number of people coming in. We can't just have people who are very engineering-minded, male. We need someone with the sort of more softer skills who can manage the transition. It's not just knowing the nuclear, it's actually implementing it. It's that stage that we're at, and I think that's a very important part of the process, and I think we've tried to incorporate that in some of the training that we've been providing in the UK. So hopefully people will stay till hear my talk at the end of the day, and I'll tell you a bit more about that. But, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. And next up for opening remarks, we have Director General of the Nuclear Energy Agency, William Magwood IV.
Thank you, Lisa. And again, good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here. So why are we here? Does anybody know? No, you don't know. You don't know why you're here. All right, okay. Don't worry, I'll tell you. It's actually quite simple. And you heard the message from the minister that Romania is embarking on a nuclear future. The first SMR unit to be built in Europe will be built in Romania. 2 additional CANDU units will come online in a very, very short period of time. And while the minister didn't mention it, there are people talking about doing even more going forward. And it is very clear to me that because of the strong background that Romania has in nuclear, that this is certainly something that can be accomplished in Romania. There is a concern, however, that I think everyone has had when they think about this topic. And that concern is, where are the people coming from? Where are the people coming from to provide for the expertise in the construction process and overseeing the construction? Where are the people coming from to operate these plants in the future? The people who are currently operating the CANDU plants here in Romania, the average age is creeping up a bit, and as they get closer and closer to retirement, replacing gets harder and harder as we go forward. Who's going to be staffing the regulatory organization in the future? So these are concerns. Now, they aren't unique to Romania, but they are being asked in Romania because you've heard, as the minister said, there are plans to go forward. That's why we're here, to help answer some of those questions. And the questions, I think, are very important in a much larger context. How do you get young people interested in science and technology at all? Because many young people find that working in science and technology, it's much more difficult to be an accountant or a lawyer, so you can make a lot of money doing those other things, so why not go do those things? Why be a scientist? Why be an engineer if there's other options? Especially if you get into nuclear, because for many people, nuclear hasn't been talked about for a long time. Europe hasn't talked about nuclear in many years as a whole. In fact, avoids talking about it, used to avoid talking about it. So why would you want someone to go into this business? Well, we work with countries around the world, including countries in Europe, and I can tell you that the situation has changed dramatically in the last couple of years. If you go back to 5 years ago, if you went to a ministerial meeting with a lot of European ministers and talked about the future of energy, the word nuclear probably wouldn't come up in the conversation. Last week, 2 weeks ago, excuse me, 2 weeks ago, we had a ministerial meeting in Paris, and we had 20 ministers from around the world, including many European countries, including Romania, and all they talked about was nuclear. What changed? Well, one thing that changed certainly was the fact that as we move forward with the COP process under the auspices of the UN and looked at how we're going to meet net zero by 2050, more and more countries realized as they went through their analysis that the numbers were not converging, that they were not going to reach net zero by 2050. In fact, in many cases, the numbers are going the opposite direction. There was actually more CO2 being produced, not less. And people said, well, we made this huge investment in wind. We made this huge investment in renewables. How could it be possible that our emissions are going up? Because it's much more complicated than simply building some wind here and some solar there. Certainly these technologies are going to be extraordinarily important in the future, but by themselves, they aren't sufficient to get us there. For many countries, the answer was nuclear, and we started to see that turn around a couple of years ago. And as you know, last year, and as you know well, President Zelensky of Ukraine is actually visiting Romania today, which is one of the reasons the minister had to leave so quickly. The war in Ukraine brought back to the top of the agenda around the world the issue of energy security. Not just how do we get greener, how do we put more wind online, how do we reduce CO2 emissions, which is all extraordinarily important. But I think it brought many capitals back to the most basic mission of governments when it comes to energy. Making sure the lights stay on, making sure that industry has the power necessary to progress and to continue to manufacture cost effectively, to make sure that people have the energy they need to have a high quality of life. That is the number one responsibility when it comes to energy. So the war in Ukraine reminded people about that. And when you put these two factors together, striving for CO2 reductions, striving for energy security, nuclear energy rises to the top of the agenda once again. And we're seeing that around the world. Countries like Belgium, Sweden, Netherlands, Korea have all in the last year or so changed their energy policies entirely and are now focusing on nuclear as a priority. Many more will follow. So in a sense, the fact that Romania was talking about nuclear so aggressively over the last few years puts you ahead of the pack. You're now in a position of leadership. Romania is much further along down this path than many other European countries. So the opportunity is there. But also, the opportunity exists to set the pattern for how we're going to make sure that the supply of people will be available. In large respect, that's why our member countries formed the Global Forum on Nuclear Education. This group was put together a few years ago, and its purpose is quite clear, to bring universities from around the world together to work on common problems. And the Global Forum has been working on very interesting issues. They've been working on issues like how to make sure that nuclear education is fit for purpose in the future, how to make sure that there's a better connection between nuclear and society, how to improve the gender balance in the nuclear sector. issues like that are being discussed, and others as well. Over the last few years, the Global Forum has also started bilateral activities. Last year, for example, we were in Japan, and we had all the Japanese universities together talking about how do we rebuild Japanese nuclear engineering in the aftermath of the Fukushima Daiichi accident, which had a huge impact on education in Japan, now trying to bring it back. Now we're here with a little different purpose, not so much to rebuild from the past, but to really build for the future. And to me, that's an even more exciting mission for the Global Forum. So Lisa and Ian are here as representatives of the Global Forum. They are academics from the US and UK, respectively. And they're going to be listening to what you have to say today and giving reflections on how they've, from the perspective of how they progress the programs in their country. NC State, where Lisa's from, has a very, very strong program that's attracted not just people in the US, but people from around the world. So she'll be giving some reflections about that. And as you heard from Ian, the UK situation is a little bit different, even from either Japan or from Romania, because the UK used to have a very, very strong academic program in nuclear, but then sort of let it fade away, and now trying to build back. And at the same time also pursuing very aggressively new nuclear plants, has one big plant under construction, planning SMRs as well. So very similarly situated. So you'll get reflections from them. And our hope is that as this conversation goes on over the course of the day, that all of the universities that are represented here will see common cause. And as the minister noted, to work together to find solutions to the problems that exist. Because there's always solutions, but they're not always solutions that we can do as single organizations. Sometimes we have to bond together, not just with the universities, but with the stakeholders, with the regulator, with Nuclear Electrica, with the ministries. This is why this meeting exists, to talk about where these common issues exist and how we can work together to address them. So it's going to require everyone in this room to participate aggressively, put ideas on the table, and don't be shy about ideas. If you have some brilliant idea where you think you have solutions, put them on the table. Let's debate it. Let's discuss it. Let's hear about it. Because this is the time for new thinking. This is not the time to be shy. This is the time to be bold. This is the time to be exciting. Because I do think that the future is an exciting place. And I think that everyone in this room wouldn't be here if they didn't think that there was a strong role for nuclear in that future. And I believe that when young people hear the story about how nuclear isn't just an energy source, but is a source of education, of research, of jobs, is a way to a future that is a better place, a brighter place than in the past, that I think they'll be motivated and energized, that they'll see that it's not just a job. It really is a look at the future, and a very exciting look at that. So that's why we're here. So be excited, be energized. Are you all excited now? You had to be after that speech. You had to be excited. All right, good, you're excited. All right, so with that, I will sit down and I will give the floor to our chair, Lisa, who will be guiding us over the course of the day. But again, all of you, we expect to see you engaged, and we expect to see you putting your ideas on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG Magwood. We are going to then have some keynote speeches. One from, I'm sorry, I'm looking at someone who's giving me, who's mouthing something, and I'm not quite sure, but I'll chat later. But the first individual up, excuse me a minute. Thank you. So next up, we are going to have a keynote address from Mr. Dubrescu, who is the president of the National Authority for Qualifications. A little bit about him. He has been involved in a number of projects with European funding relating to adult education, to the adult education sector. He is also a member of several working groups at the European level, as well as various working groups and committees at the local level involving adult education and training, higher education, and professional development. He is also the author of various scientific papers, articles, and publications on engineering, and as well as several articles and publications related to adult education sector. Let us welcome him to the debate.
Thank you, Lisa, for the very nice introduction for me. Thank you. Dear Nuclear Energy Agency representatives, dear rectors, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for the invitation to participate in such large-scale event where will be approached the future of higher education in Romania, in particular the role of academia in the development of the workforce to enable the advancement of the country nuclear energy scale. We can see the Romanian trained and experts, technologists and researchers in the field of nuclear energy, but I would like to return to the present day and emphasize the fact that at the beginning of the year, an energy exploitation center, New Scale, was opening with the Faculty of Energy Engineer of the National University of Science and Technology Polytechnica Bucharest in support of collaboration with the governments of United States and Romania and the Nuclear Electrica Company. As the first E2 center in Europe, this workforce development tool will enable Romania to develop the next generation of advanced nuclear experts, technologists, and operators, and become a hub of the deployment of small modular reactors in Europe. The higher education system in Romania offers a wide spectrum of opportunities for students to develop an interesting career in the nuclear energy sector, educates a new generation of specialists in the nuclear field, offers students access to the latest technologies and capabilities, including the E2 Center, also offer scholarship and training courses. With one of the most approached engineering program in Europe and a chain of industry suppliers ready to contribute to the development of the Romanian nuclear programs, Romania has the necessary capabilities and assets to become a leader in the safe implementation of small modular reactors in Romania and in Europe as well, as a small modular reactors education and training center in the region. Bachelor's degree program in the field of energy and nuclear technology ensure the formation of specialists capable of carrying out specific operation and design activities in the field of energy and nuclear energy, as well as the acquisition of specialist knowledge for future students through master's program. Also, I like to mention that we have here the colleague from the Labor Ministry who also, I'm convinced, will develop the topic of new occupation in the energy field have been introduced in Romania classification occupation. You know, core classification of occupation in Romania, such as nuclear facility operation engineer, nuclear power plant engineer, nuclear objective security engineer, security system engineer, wind power plant engineer, photovoltaic power plant engineer, buildings energy engineer, information technology engineer in energy, management and system control of energy units engineer, energy engineer designer, So they are a new occupation in our register. I am now reiterating my thanks for the invitation and congratulate for your event, the initiative to organize this workshop in Romania, in which national and international experts from academia, representative of Romania industry and government officials, came together to discuss their experience, that challenges faced, the best practice and idea for the support and further development of higher education in Romania. We hope that the remarkable event to achieve its intended results, namely the identification of principles to lay the foundations of a national strategy for the improvement of higher education with an emphasis of fields related of the nuclear sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next keynote speech will come from Ms. Anethscu, who is the Director General as part of the General Directorate for Implementation and Monitoring of Projects and Programs in the Ministry of Labor and Social Solidarity.
Thank you. Let me first extend the support message of Minister Bucura Oprescu, who unfortunately couldn't be here today with us. She is attending the Labor Ministries in Europe reunion in Luxembourg. However, she insisted that I send to you her fullest message of support and collaboration. Now, as I was skimming through my presentation, through the earlier ones, in order to not repeat the message and eventual remarks, I would like to go to your first question, as in, why are we all here? In my opinion, the most important outcome that we should all leave this event from is a strong partnership of collaboration. We are all here to promote our areas of expertise, our previous and future work. However, I do believe that it is of a vital importance that us, the policymakers, the education leaders, the expertise providers and employers, work together in order to provide sustainable results. And I will come later again and again using this word as sustainable development. Now, it is not a great surprise for us to state the fact that the greatest challenge we are facing right now is the shortage of skilled workforce, especially upskilled and superior skills workforce. And it is actually a paradox that here in Romania we are facing this issue, especially going back to Minister Burduja's remark that right now the Polytechnica University is the leading innovation and technology hub, not only in the region but also in Europe and in the world. And I do believe that one of the reasons that we are facing this challenge is the fact that up to this point, we, all the different actors, have been working in a tunneler vision. We have only been concerned with our own mandate, our own mission, and overlooking the importance of collaboration. Right now, the Ministry of Labor is undergoing a profound reform of its public services with a leading role of the Public Employment Service. I would like here to also extend our thanks to the Ministry of Education, because we have begun working together in order to try to build a strategy that has as a main focus the skills forecasting and collaboration with the employers. We have consistent dialogues with our social partners, both the labor and the trade unions, and their main concern, their main demand is that we work together in order to have fast integrated students on the labor market, in order to have sustainable policies in the reskilling, upskilling, and lifelong learning. While this may seem somehow empty words, because they are on and on repeated in all the strategic documents, I do believe that these kind of events can put a founding stone to working together. There were several projects that we have been working together, but right now I will only say a few words that together with the Ministry of Education, with several directorates in it, we are right now working to build a very interactive system where we can in real time monitor the integration of the graduate students and also of the graduates of the qualification and lifelong beneficiaries in order to see and to monitor the efficiency of the employment and of the education programs, and so that we are able to further improve them. Now, as a final point, I would like to go again to the fact that all of us are working together for a cohesive Europe. The three main pillars that are repeatedly mentioned under all the strategies towards a cohesion Europe are sustainable, intelligent, and inclusive development. While I'm quite confident that the first two concepts, intelligent and sustainable, will be broadly treated and discussed during this event, I would like to ask you and all of us not to overlook the final one, namely inclusion. Because inclusion and diversity, in my opinion, are the great providers of innovation, be it gender-wise, ethnicity-wise, and so on. And I would like to ask Director Megwood for previously mentioning the gender balance in developing such policies. As a final remark, as you know, the winner of the Nobel Prize this week was an imprisoned woman in Iran, Nargis Mohammadi, who is actually a nuclear physicist turned to social activism. So the most important innovation can come from the most unexpected places. Thank you.
Nuclear energy and education is at a wonderful juncture, globally and especially here in Romania. I'd like to thank our opening remarks, the individuals that gave our opening remarks. We are going to take a 5-minute, 15-minute break at present for some coffee to get out of our chairs and stretch. And then we're going to come back and we are going to get started with the first session looking at Romanian universities' concerns and challenges. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. It's right now 10:43, so let's get back maybe 2-3 minutes just before 11. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to begin with our sessions. And first up, we have Romanian universities' concerns and challenges. And as the opening and introduction, we have 3 speakers, and we'll start off with Ms. Tatiana Ivanova, who is the NEA Head of Nuclear Science and Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm head of the Division of Nuclear Science and Education. I'm working in the Nuclear Energy Agency, led by Mr. Magwood. And my division supports the nuclear science program of work. And recently, we have built quite substantive program in the area of education and training. And now this portion of our work became even more important when the country launched on the development of nuclear energy. And I would like to start my presentation by giving you an overview of what NEA is. NEA is an international organization that unites 34 countries seeking excellence in nuclear safety, technology and policy, law, all the topics related to nuclear energy. It's a framework for their technical and policy cooperation. We have 8 standing technical committees and about 80 working parties and expert group working on the auspices of the standing technical committee. We also have joint projects, and one of them I will present to you in a minute. So my division supports the Nuclear Science Committee, and as I said, support the new initiative in the area of education and training. As has been mentioned by all keynote speakers and during the opening remarks, now when the nuclear energy is a very important component in the energy security in the NEA member countries, countries voiced a deep concern about lack of educated workforce to support the future of the nuclear energy. And that is why in the last several years, Nuclear Energy Agency launched several education and training initiatives to address the concern of our member countries. And we propose activity starting from very early age, starting from higher education, high school. And several years ago, agency launched an initiative called International Mentoring Workshops. The objective of this workshop is to encourage young students, and first of all, young women, to pursue their career in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics studies, and in the nuclear field, of course. The mentors participating in these training sessions, they set an example for students. They play as a role model just to attract young women into the sector, on the STEM and the nuclear sector. And so we have organized about 20 workshops, mentoring workshops, and I'm very happy to say that one of them was organized here in Romania, and I'm happy to see Ursula here, who is a very active member very active organizer of those workshops. And we look forward to working with Romania on the future of organization of the future workshop here. Another initiative that tackled different audience, and this initiative is called NEA Nuclear Education Skills and Technology Framework. It's a joint project. And it has been built in 2019 as a joint project. And in order to provide students, master's students, PhD students, and young professionals with a platform where they can acquire practical knowledge. It's a to build their skills, competencies through hands-on training. Our fellows work with reputed experts in different fields, and they deal with challenging issues that nuclear energy sector faces today. And Currently, we have 11 countries in the project, and I'm very happy to say that in May 2023, Romania joined NEST. And in this connection, I think that we will have not only fellows from NEST, from Romania, participating in NEST projects, but we'll also have Romania proposing a project to be part of NEST. We currently have 9 projects, 6 ongoing. I will say later a few words about the ongoing project, and 3 projects under preparation. We have over 50 organizations sending students, hosting students, like fellows, and so far we have trained more than 200 fellows, despite the fact that we had a 2-year break due to the COVID pandemic. We also organize numerous events in the framework of NEST, and so far we have collected very good feedback from NEST fellows. For some of them, participating in NEST projects and NEST event has been a turning point in their careers. Some of them just decided to stay in the nuclear energy sector simply because they were exposed to these challenging issues, working alongside their peers from different countries, and we are very happy to have this very positive feedback. Again, welcome Romania, and we are happy to work with you to develop NEST projects further. Here you see the list of NEST projects. 6 of them, they are dealing with safety issues, with SMR, and I would be happy to work with you. You know that we know that you have SMR, like dedicated facility, and we would really work to continue working with you on this and to launch additional SMR project. We have several projects on rate-based management and decommissioning, and have medical applications. Again, this is being developed. The NEST initiative is NEA Global Forum on Nuclear Education, Science, Technology and Policy that has been mentioned, introduced by DG Magwood here, and we are very happy to have a chair representing this initiative, and to have Ian, Lisa and Ian, Professor Marshall and Professor Farnan being here representing this new but very dynamic initiative. It's been established only 2 years ago, and the idea is just to build a platform, international, first of a kind international platform for academia to discuss challenges, issues, to share best practices, and to have our policy level, strategic level discussion about how to train new generation of experts. And now this topic became even more actual, even more important. The NEA Global Forum is led by the Council of Advisors, where we have over 40 members from 20 academic institutions from almost all NEA member countries. And in the beginning, the Council of Advisors identified 4 areas where the members of the Global Forum would work. They have been mentioned already by DG Magwood. It's gender balance and nuclear technology and academic workforce. Our members would work about future nuclear engineering education, relationship between nuclear energy and society, and innovations in the nuclear sector. I'm happy Ian is here to present. He's a chair of Working Group 4, and Lisa is active participant in several working groups. And recently we launched a new group, reestablishing nuclear education programs. Example of activity of Working Group 4 on curricular, nuclear energy curricular. We recently launched an online education resource hub that provides a platform for can access nuclear education materials that can be utilized for education purposes. It's available on our new website. It was launched a week ago. It covers topic of nuclear energy, safety, radio protection, law, technology, economics, all topics, possible topics related to the nuclear energy, and target general public and, of course, first of all, students, available in different language. In addition to the group's activity, we have events, several events. One of them is The first one, actually, it was launched in the beginning when the COVID pandemic started, annual Global Nuclear Science and Engineering Commencement. And so far we have organized 3 commencements, and one of them was organized last year on the topic nuclear technology and service to society. As you can see from the picture, Bill Gates provided very inspiring opening keynote speech during this commencement. I really invite you to visit our YouTube, our website, and the video on the YouTube. It's been really inspiring, and we have received very positive feedback. We had a very interesting discussion with students, with professionals from nuclear sector, from academic sector, what we do, what relationship between society and nuclear energy sector means for you. We had competition among students that provided their input, and we had a winner. It was a very interesting event. Going back to the events, last year we had organized first country-specific workshop, Challenges of Nuclear Education. It was the first workshop, our country-specific workshop. We organized it with University of Tokyo and Ministry of Education, Culture, Sport, Science and Technology in July last year. I will say a few words later about this. This year, we launched a new event called Rising Star Workshop. It was co-organized with MIT, United States, in Boston in September this year, and Mr. Magwood attended this workshop. It was a very successful event. And it will follow, to follow on the success of this event, we will organize the second Rising Star Workshop in Seoul, together with Seoul National University in 2024. And I hope that Romania will host one of the Rising Star Workshop soon. And here, I'm very happy to say that here we are at the second country-specific workshop, which is called Aligning Higher Education and Workforce in Romania. And I would like to use this opportunity to thank our Professor Custoiu, Rector of the National University of Science, Technology, Polytechnica, Bucharest, and Vice Rector Chirlisan, that leads the Pitești University Center for organizing this event. And next week, we have similar workshop in Korea. It will be hosted by Seoul National University and Korea Radioactive Waste Management. And next year, we are going to organize first Global Forum Symposium, also in Korea, in KAIST, where results of the work of working groups that I have shown you before will be presented and will identify our way forward. Speaking about the country-specific workshop in Japan, it was very successful. It was similar to this event. We had over 40 representatives from 8 major Japanese universities, government, industry, safety, and R&D organization. It was very honest and transparent discussion about how to attract students to the nuclear sector. You know that after Fukushima, that has been the decline in the interest to the nuclear sector. So it was a very interesting discussion. We identified several steps forward, and we are working with our partners from Japan to implement the findings. And finally, looking ahead, we just decided, our members decided that in order to attract new generation, we need to start working with younger students. And the new initiative we are going to launch is to engage with teachers and students from high schools. And we are working on this initiative jointly with Professor Marshall. And we are going to present this activity in the next Council of Advisor meeting and establish potentially a new group. Also, we are working on with our potential donors to have sustainable support from our members to develop all our activities within the global forum at the scale needed, requested by countries, because we have more and more requests and we need sustainable support from our members. And of course, we expand in partnership from university with universities around the world, and we will be happy to welcome Ukrainian university very soon to the workshop, to this initiative. With this, I will finish my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to present the next speaker, is Rector Custoiu from the National University of Science Technology, Polytechnica Bucharest. Rector.
Thank you so much. Very nice presentation and very exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. General Director, professors, Mr. Rector, it's a great pleasure. I decide after the presentation to change my speeches. I have a formal speech, but I decide to talk more about what's happened. I put here. Just a second, I have some data here. Because it's a very tough subject, and it's necessary to talk more about this subject in Romania. Not only Romania, it's a very good example what NEA realized across the world, and it's a very good example, and the forum, it's a very good example for us. I want to thank Mr. Magwood and Mr. Kirleșan for this discussion. This is the guilty person for organize this event. I'm very happy because we host here in Pitești this event. And I want to thank all the members of the Romanian government, minister, the officials, national agency, thank you so much, Ramona, and also Tiberiu and our colleague from Ministry of Labor. It's a very good sign for us. And I want to thank you so much, our colleague from other university. It's a very important subject, and I'm very happy because you accept our invitation. And thank you so much for your presence. It's a big discussion in Romania, and I start before the university because I changed my message, and I talk very directly. It's not a very political message, very correct political message, but the people who work in higher education, especially in physics or engineering in general, understand and know what's happened in Romania. It's necessary because also Dr. Ivanova speak about the high school. We have a lot of discussion with Mr. Medwood. We have a bigger problem in Romania with physics in the high school. It's necessary to recognize this and talk about this and realize many in this direction. It's not so easy, we know. We have a problem with the professor in the high school physics, and we have the problem with the number of the hours and the curriculum. And I'm not professor of physics, but I am old Olympics in physics, and I remember my curriculum when I'm in high school and can have a discussion with my colleague about what's happened now in the curriculum in the physics in the high school. What is the theory? We have a lot of long and very difficult discussion. We don't agree. This is the discussion in our university, not only in our university. And it's very clear the industry in Romania need more than 600,000 engineers in the next 10 years. 600,000. Romania lost in the last 30 years more than 200,000 engineers. Of course, the engineers, when you talk about the engineers, we don't talk only about the engineers, we talk about the physician, also big problem, the chemistry, specialists in the chemistry, also in mathematics and so on. And we return to the STEM. It's not a Romanian problem, it's European problems, it's international problems. We are not alone, but we are not happy because we are not alone. But it's necessary to talk more about this and speak directly in front of our communities about this. Of course, we invest, we continue the very good partnership with different authorities, with private sector. Our colleague from NewScale is here, thank you again, about our cooperation. It's very important, this continue the investment. I don't mention all the data mentioned already by the minister or Mr. Merwood, but it's necessary to talk about this. And can we talk with the industry and we collect the data, not only data for the provider of energy, nuclear energy, can provide the industry, horizontal industry, who work also from nuclear energy. In Romania, need minimum 2,000 specialists in the next few years, and can understand what's happened with in nuclear electrica next years. We understand the pressure, and this is a message not only for professors, it's a message also for students, also for the authorities. It's necessary to realize a very concrete and very concrete measure for help the universities, the high school and the university and the students. In our new education law, it's a new article to help the students with more money offer more money for the students in engineers in general, in the STEM, not only engineering, mathematics, physics, chemistry. But it's only a step, only a message. We don't have a problem. It's not a discussion about what's happened in our university. Now, Polytechnic National University of Science and Technology, Politehnica, it's the largest university, more than 40,000 students, 40,000, and 8,000 in the first year in the bachelor, in all fields, not only in engineering, but it's a bigger university. It's not a discussion about what's happened in one or other university. What's happened after the university? What's happened for the industry? What is our discussion and our apply discussion for the industry? Not about the number of the students in my class or the Professor Gârțu class or the other colleague class. It's not, this is the discussion. Of course, and very important, it's necessary to speak more about speak more in front of society in general. But what is nuclear energy, what's happened, it's safe, it's not safe. Speak in front of the people, because we have also in Romania the people who say, no, we don't agree, and now we have this discussion, it's new in the Romanian parliament, when one political party say, you tell with me 2 weeks ago and tell me you destroyed Romania. Of course, I destroyed Romania. But it's a public discussion, it's not, sorry, but it's necessary to talk more about this and explain. The specialists talk about this, because many non-specialists talk about this usual. I'm an engineer. I destroy everything. And I appreciate this forum because it's it's different examples across the world, and this is very important for us. Different specialists. Thank you so much, both professors, for your presence here. It's very important. It's not. I repeat, this is not only Romanian discussion, but it's necessary to talk also in Romania more about this subject. Last but not least, I have another 3 messages, and I talk more in the second part of the meeting, of the forum. It's necessary to understand now in our university with the simulator, it's not a defense area. We agree with this. It's an open space in front of Romanian specialists, all Romanian specialists. It's not a discussion only about Polytechnica. If our colleague from other universities interested for this, we are very happy to share our experience. The leader of the Professor Dupleac is here with us, and it's the the big boss of the simulator, and it's the specialist and the leader of the group. But it's necessary, repeat, it's not, understand this, it's not only our infrastructure. It's interesting for you, dear colleagues, we are open to, we open the door in front of you. Last message, I say this is the last, and not the last. It's very important to work with our colleague from NEA and from other university, from other countries, and share the experience. It's necessary to talk more and invite very good specialists and understand what's happened in Romania. We are very happy because we have the two reactor in Cernavoda, of course, to prepare the SMR, but our ambition, Minister talk about this, our ambition is to deliver energy in Europe, realize a big hub in Romania, and for this we need a specialist. And our professor is not enough, it's very clear. We are together some, not so many. It's a very difficult discussion to attract not only students in this direction, but attract the professor. And can talk directly with our colleague, and I'm sure Professor Dublac and Professor Kirleșan and so on speak about this in the second part of our meeting. It's not so easy to attract the professor in this not very easy job. And it's necessary concrete measure, and it's necessary common effort, not only university effort, because we continue repeat our partners, not only with NuScale, our partners with Nuclear Energetica, it's very, very good. But 30 years we don't speak about this subject. 30 years we don't have this subject in our agenda, and we need tomorrow 1,000 specialists. It's very difficult. Thank you so much. It's not a very political message. It's not a very usual message, but I want to speak directly in front of you because it's. I hope we start now the real discussion with my speech. Thank you so much.
Next up, thank you so much. And next up, we have our rector to speak, Kila-san.
Hello, good day, everybody. I will start by saying a big thank you to all of you that succeeded to come to Pitești, and especially for our students that have the necessary patience to stay, to listen, and to be ready for their future. I didn't prepare exactly a speech. I don't used to prepare speeches. Usually I speak what it's crossed my mind in that moment. If it is about classes, my former students knows that any topic we discuss deviated slowly from one topic to another in 2 hours. At the end, they will not realize what happened to them, and they've been very happy to get rid of my course and to pass to the next one. My dear friends, first of all, we in this moment, and when I say we all of us around this auditorium, we face a major global and exceptional challenge. On our shoulders, for the very next future, a very difficult burden stays. Our future, on one hand, is seriously, very seriously marked by the need of decarbonization. To be very, very, very clear, this is unavoidable. We will do whatever is necessary, or soon, in your lifetime, the risk of a critical disaster, global disaster, is present. Decarbonization is our main mission in this moment. And from this point of view, I don't agree, and I will never share the idea of the ecologists that says that nuclear is not green. By contrary, nuclear is the one that will establish the basis for a society that will sustainably develop and will decarbonize in the next 50 years. But in the next 50 years, in order to be able to do this, we have to start today. It was necessary to start yesterday, but yesterday we've been busy. Yes, we've been busy. We've been busy fighting in different ideas. We've been busy importing gas and petrol from different countries that don't want to offer it anymore. We've been busy also with long-lasting and useless discussions about nuclear, non-nuclear, what to do, where to go. Finally, today we have a problem to solve. And I used to say that we, as a majority of engineers in this room, we used to solve problems. That's the main mission of an engineer, to solve the problems, to create, to innovate, to develop, to apply the knowledge that we learn in school. I'm very, very happy to see some of my former students in the auditorium, and I remember that at that time we used to say, you have to learn this and this and this, and they say, why? And I used to say, you will see why. And nowadays, the realities confirm my sentence. Yes, you need to learn, but it's not enough to learn. You have to apply. And for this, we are very happy to promote to you in this moment the major challenge. How we will do it? We will do it in the next 50 years, starting from today. We have to start. Yesterday passed. Starting from today, we have to build up a coherent national and international strategy of developing clean, green nuclear energy. Why we have to do it? Simply because this was our life decision. I'm looking to the youngest one in the auditorium. Why have you come to this university? I'm pretty sure you have your dreams. You have your future in the front of your eyes. Just close your eyes and imagine this future in which the energy, the electricity that now we pay so much will be cheaper, will be affordable for any households around Romania. Try to think to this. And already you understand that's your mission. This is what you have to do. Speaking about energy production, and I will be back to nuclear energy production in a minute, at the level of Romania, in this moment, we have between 20 and 30% of the total need of power produced by our main production facility, Nuclear Electrica, that is present with us today and that was so kind to offer the necessary support to organize this forum. Nuclear Electrica, in this moment, if I'm wrong, I will kindly ask Mrs. Director Laura Constantin to correct me. Nuclear Electrica, looking forward in a margin of 10 years, no more than 10 years, Nuclear Electrica needs around 2,000 to 3,000 specialists. A basic question, where these specialists are coming from? Of course, from the universities. Me and my very good friend Mihina Costoiu, we may easily deliver to the economy around 100 per year in this domain. And of course, some other hundreds in different other engineering domains, but not directly related with nuclear. Multiply this 100 by 10 years, and you will realize that we are not able in this moment to attain the main goal to install another 2 units in Cernavoda, to install the SMR in Doicești, to develop the advanced reactor Alfred in Mioveni, and many more other related issues. Try to imagine the factory, Andrei. If the units number 3 and 4 will start tomorrow, are you able to produce the necessary fuel for these extra 2 units with the people you have in the factory? Not at the moment. These are realities. And you, the young ones, have to think in these terms of the realities, because an engineer has the right to dream, but only in the night, when he sleeps. During the day, we are not dreaming. We are identifying problems and solving and finding solutions. So coming back to what we need to do, it is obvious for all of us in this moment that at the national level, we have to unify our efforts. And now I'm back to my colleagues from different other universities with a very big thank you for coming and for being ready to debate and to discuss this. We are not here only to see each other and to see how we remain young and fresh, because we never get old, it's clear. We are here to discuss and debate. And my personal challenge to all of you around this interesting workshop is to be ready to discuss the realities, to debate on the realities. And my proposal to you, to all of you, and not only to you, to all the other universities that will join us, is to put the basis of the National School for Nuclear Engineering. This is my proposal to you. Of course, you will say, how to do this? It's a mission impossible. Either Tom Cruise will never solve it. No, we have solutions. Me as an engineer, I'm coming to you with a dream that have solutions that can be transformed into a nice reality. And after the presentations, our colleagues from the universities will give to this audience, maybe after the lunch break, we will start to discuss on the topic. But the idea of a national school in nuclear engineering is quite feasible for the moment, is necessary, and this way we will be able to join together all our efforts all around Romania. Romania is a small country, cannot afford to have 2 or 3 or 4 schools of the same kind. We are too small in terms of number of students and number of professors. It's difficult for us to compare with Germany. Let's not speak about China or India or Pakistan or Indonesia or Malaysia. These are the countries, the new lions that are on the educational market, that speaks in terms of everything multiplied by 10 or by 100. A poor, small university in Egypt have 250,000 students. I was invited to give courses for 7 years in this university, 270,000. This is half of the Romanian student population in one small university in Mansoura, not in Cairo. These are the realities, and this is the proper moment to start thinking of it. We will do our best to convince not only universities. Universities are quite easy to convince. We all feel the need. But we will do our best to convince authorities, to convince the industry that is pretty sure convinced about this need. I'm sure that we have no obstacles. And finally, to bring our positive view to the large population of Romania, to give this positive message that nuclear is safe, nuclear is healthy, nuclear is green, nuclear is for the next 50 years our sole solution to survive. With this, I let you to think about it, and I thank you for your attention, and I excuse myself once again because I didn't prepare a speech. Thank you very much.
I don't think he needed a speech, right? I don't think so at all. The demand is great, and we're going to hear from 6 universities. We're asking 10 to 12 minutes each so that we have time at the end for Q&A and for discussion. The first university up is the University of Pitești-POLITEHNICA.
Hello everyone, I am Horia Pașca from Faculty of Physics from Babeș-Bolyai University, and we'll make a short presentation of the outline of our university and maybe even give some suggestions what we feel that will actually help us in developing further education, the educational offer of our university. In our faculty, basically there are 3 departments. One is Biomolecular Physics Department, another one is the Solid State and Advanced Technologies Department, and there is the 3rd department, the Physics Department of the Hungarian teaching line. So from just this regard, we tick some points here at the diversity part. And speaking about also small numbers compared to universities in other countries like Egypt, we have currently 207 total students enrolled compared to 200,000. About half of them are in bachelor's. In master's, there are around 60 and 38 students into PhD programs. Yeah. Most of our students actually come for this medical physics, and it's understandable because the city of Cluj, where our faculty is located, for a long time actually had the strategy of becoming a major medical center, and also giving the COVID pandemic, where in each evening you see doctors on TV. It became a very, very attractive field of study. When it comes to nuclear physics and nuclear physics related subjects, basically we start from the beginning with a very introductory nuclear physics course. I think my students will not agree that it's introductory, they will think it's a bit hard. And then we'll go to more applied subjects, like for example, radiation detectors, dosimetry, radio protection, very important for medical physicists. We go to nuclear medicine, nuclear spectroscopy. Yeah. For those who want to dabble a bit more into the theoretical side, there is also a course, a bachelor's degree for elementary particles. And also in master's, we have another 2 courses, more advanced dosimetry and radio protection and radioisotopes and therapy. Basically, we go even into the treatment planning for radiotherapy. Yeah. Now, this is the educational offer, which is also standard and it's somehow imposed by Arachis. But also we'll try to offer research opportunities. And this, I think, it's very, very important because it's not only important to produce technicians, but it's important to produce students which are capable of evolving and pushing further science and technology further on. Now, in our case, the context is that the old generation is already retiring, and basically in our faculty, I'm the only one teaching nuclear physics now. And because we don't have an experimental center ourselves, we do theoretical research, and basically what I do, is focused mostly on nuclear fission. So it's related to nuclear energy. We use the statistical decision point model, but we're also developing now dynamical models. And to show, for example, output of what we do, something which is right now being sent for publishing, I think all of us will recognize this reaction at different neutron energies, and we got here the mass distribution of the fission fragments. Our theoretical results agree very well with experimental results. And one can go on further because, for example, I chose to show this experimental data here because it also relates to what is being thought in nuclear physics. For example, if you look in some books written in the 80s, for example, they would say that with increasing excitation energy of the compound nucleus, these distributions will become symmetric, basically like a Gaussian function, which is not true. So the point here is that maybe we should also look a bit about how we teach and what we teach exactly, not to take older data for granted, but to actually update a bit the curricula. Also here, the number of neutrons emitted per act of fission. In our research, we can reproduce very well the data. Again, all of this and what is shown here, it proves that we can be basically at the cutting edge of nuclear physics research, even theoretical one. Yep. Now, the Director General has said in his speech that he wants to see, or he wants to hear some proposals or maybe some solutions. Maybe we kind of thought about this. And we thought about it, of course, from our own perspective, because the general context is basically this. After graduation, bachelor degree especially, our students are orienting themselves especially towards biophysics and medical physics. Around 50% of them go into radiotherapy and they go into nuclear medicine, yeah, from our department at least. Also, some of them, around a quarter, then they go towards PhD. Some remain in Cluj, some will go to Bucharest, but quite a lot of them will actually go abroad. Yeah. And speaking about the lack of specialists in Romania, we should also think about keeping our specialists inside. So what will be of great help for us? What we feel it will be of great help? Well, first of all, one of the main issues is that we don't actually talk much with each other. I mean, the specialists in Romania, the professors in Romania, we don't talk with each other. We don't know what each of us does, for example, in his research. And I'm pretty sure that all the staff here, the university staff here, will agree with me when saying that the good students will always look for opportunities, and it is our job to guide them. If we can do it ourselves perfectly, but if not, we can at least send them to somebody. The problem is we don't know where to send them. So probably for us it will be of very great help if we have periodically organized student visits in different centers. And I'm speaking here also in the context that in Romania we are building ELI, which is probably the greatest scientific project our country has ever undertaken. It will be of great help for the students to visit there, to see exactly what is being done, and I can guarantee that we will get more students into the nuclear physics field because it's an amazing field. Yeah. What will be, again, of great help, speaking about the fact that we don't speak with each other, officially or unofficially, formally or informally, maybe it will be of great help to have a contact list or an agenda with a person in specialization, what they do if they are available to take students this year, 1 student, 2 students, so on. Maybe, again, online presentation or even in-person presentation will be of great help. I'm pretty sure that all universities are very open to have visitors from other universities to have a seminar, for example, either directed directly as students or something more advanced like a research topic, or both, why not? Again, practice or research stages in different centers, and here I mostly mean about research. Yeah. And another thing which I feel that is happening and might be of great help, or we would like to have it a bit different, is to have a bit more flexibility in assigning students in research group when one makes a scientific proposal for founding. For example, this year it was a research project of young independent team, to promote young independent teams. We could not put in the minimum team, we could not put PhD students or master students. And this, I think, it's a big problem because, let's be perfectly honest, if a student during his master or his PhD needs to get employed somewhere to earn money to sustain himself, the research and the further education will be lost. If we can assign them into such research groups, and since nuclear physicists are not that many physicists, maybe we can make the minimum team using at least 1 PhD student, for example. That PhD student will be actually motivated and will actually be involved in such a research team. So it will be of great help for everybody. And also, since we're also speaking with Nuclear Electrica and with other research centers and possible future employees, it will be also of great help for us if they can define exactly the needs or the requirements for a specific job. That will also help us quite a lot in improving our teaching curricula. Like I said, I think the teaching curricula should be updated a bit with the newer experiments and also to match these requirements. That's it for me. I think I said enough, and I hope these suggestions can be a starting point in discussions. Thank you.
We are off to a wonderful start. Next up, we have a representative from the University, Alexandru Chion-Clusa.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you for Professor Costoiu and Professor Kirleșan for organizing this meeting. My name is Ionuț Topala, and I'm currently acting as Vice Dean of the Faculty of Physics with Alexandru Ioan-Cuza, University of Iași. For those of you that don't know very well where Iași is, it's the red dot on the map, somewhere 20 kilometers from the border with the Republic of Moldova. And this is an advantage for us. Starting from 2010, we are teaching also in the Republic of Moldova. We do have a program of engineering physics in Bălți, in Republic of Moldova. So we are traveling on a daily basis to Moldova and preparing for more than 10 years now a generation of physicists there in Moldova. Well, Alexandru Ioan-Cuza University of Iași is the oldest university in Romania. Okay, we cannot compare with Cambridge or other universities, but still we are on the market since 1860s. Now, the university hosts at about 25,100 students, so as compared to Egypt divided by 10. We are about 750 academic staff and more than 100 people involved in research. So our university is running a research institute that is based in a university, and they don't have any academic duties. Our colleagues only perform research activities. These are some pictures with our main campus. We do have other buildings around. And concerning physics, over the last decade, we were focused on labor market in Romania. So we struggled and we succeeded to prepare physicists, medical physicists, scientific researchers, IT physicists, biophysicists, engineers, and last but not the least, the secondary and tertiary education teaching staff. Concerning the bachelor studies in our faculty, during 6 semesters, that is 3 years of teaching, our students can learn and choose to learn physics, medical physics, and computational physics. And for 8 semesters, they learn engineering physics in Iași, and as I already introduced, in Bălți. Concerning the master degree related to this meeting will be the Master in Physics for Advanced Technologies and Biophysics and Medical Physics. Both programs are delivered in English. And we do have other programs like Applied Medical Physics, Optics and Optometries, or Applied Physics for Communication and Information Technology that are delivered only in Romanian for the moment, but this can be changed at any moment, at any point, if the needs are there. And for the 3rd stage, we run a doctoral school in physics. Concerning ourselves, the teachers, here are the numbers. We all like numbers, but these are not great numbers, actually. And this is like imaging of everything that happens in physics in Romania. For 10 years now, I run the national program Researchers Night. So we are struggling to get closer to public, to introduce physics, science, technology, and to, let's say, to attract people. What we see for the staff, we are now 39. We don't have colleagues, young colleagues. We face difficulties to attract teaching assistants, as I think most of us here in the room. And during the next 5 years, this will become even critical. We will have many professors that will retire, and we don't see now the way of attracting young TAs. Most of them, they will go for industry now in Iași and in other countries in Romania, and this is a reality that we are facing, and maybe we will debate ways of attracting young people into academic careers. Concerning research, again, numbers. In our faculty, our colleagues, the staff is publishing about 200 ICI papers every year. And you see the numbers are a little bit puzzling, but average is somewhere about around 200s. The fields our colleagues work are related mainly to material science. And then we have the colleagues involved in CERN, Romania-CERN collaboration that are giving this physics of particles and fields number, and then chemistry, applied physics, astronomy, chemical physics, and so on. We collaborate with over 45 countries all over the world. You see here a map, a color map of, and with some very, very, very low, small numbers there concerning the number of papers, not really up to date a few years ago. And the number of citation that is increasing constantly, this is a linear function there, can be fitted easily, that it's a proof of the quality of the work is done there. And concerning the students, this is maybe one of the slides of interest here. You see over the last 5 years, the number of students. So in physics, bachelor, we are attracting about 200 students. This being not only first year, but entire, first, second, and third year. Maybe this is not too much, but this is quite the reality in every physics faculty in Romania. So if we put together these numbers, we will see again that we will not reach the 2,000 minimum necessary of experienced staff in nuclear science in Romania. And then at about 100 will have master and even fewer, 40 PhD students. So you see this is not changing very much year by year. So we think our policy is good. We still attract people. We attract people in physics, but more is necessary in order to fulfill the goal of this meeting. Okay, concerning the curriculum, we are teaching, of course, general physics, but then related to nuclear science, we are starting with quantum mechanics, physics of atoms and molecules that I teach for a few years now, vacuum science, physics of nucleus and elementary particles, and methods or instruments for electric and electronic measurements. So this is delivered for physics, even for medical physicists, not for computer physics with computer science. That's different. So students always can select other classes, even if they are not present in their curricula, they can select. And a very good way of preparing students for nuclear science will be a program of academic exchange inside universities in Romania. Because, for example, we don't teach nuclear spectroscopy as our colleagues in Cluj. So if we have a critical number of students, they can travel. Romania is not that large, so they can have a class in Cluj, a class in Bucharest, a class in Timișoara or Craiova, but this depends on us in order to address all the challenges. And then we see for students in medical physics, we are delivering classes of detectors, dosimetry, or radio protection, or nuclear medicine. And this is continuing in master degree, but is focused on medical physics. So they go to medical imaging, nuclear medicine, or radiotherapy. That is an applied nuclear physics, but for medicine. It can be easily shifted toward nuclear engineering, but with some effort. And I will end my talk with these pictures, pictures in some nuclear physics practical activities in our universities. Old ones and not really old ones. You will recognize the face masks they were taken during the pandemics. But yeah, physicists were there, are there, and will be there for the society. Thank you.
Thank you. Taking advantage of geography and also expressing and showing us some data with regards to the aging faculty and competing demands within the industry. Up next is Universio Vidis. Representative.
Thank you. I would like to start thanking the organizers, Rector Costoiu, Rector Chileșan, for inviting representatives of Ovidius University of Constanța to this event. We are grateful for being here, and we are looking forward for very interesting discussions. I will start, especially for the international participants, with just a few words, stats and facts about Ovidius University of Constanța. It is located on the Black Sea coast. The point there on the map shows that we are somewhere to the southeastern-most part of Romania, relatively close to Odessa, Sevastopol, places where people are now very worried, but somewhere on the Black Sea coast where maybe sometime in the future NEA would be interested in holding an event, particularly as we are about 60 kilometers east from Cernavodă. The university has its roots in a public higher education institution established in 1961. Then in 1990 it became a comprehensive university, and the following year it took the name of Ovidius, the Roman poet that was exiled by Emperor Octavian Augustus to Tomis, to Constanța of nowadays. Today we have about almost 16,000 students. Of those, about 1,100 are international students, mostly in the English program in medicine. We have about 1,100 academic and administrative staff, and a yearly budget of about 40 million euro. Our mission is triple: education, research, and engagement with the community, and entrepreneurship, sustainability, digitalization are key for our vision for the future. I mentioned that the university is comprehensive, and you can see here several of the fields of study that we cover, and of special interest here are those in applied sciences and engineering. This is what I will talk about mostly. In terms of research, just one slide. We are concerned, as I mentioned, about sustainability, and the researchers in our university can address at least 11 of the 17 objectives of sustainable goals, sustainable development. Also, being on the Black Sea coast, we are interested in blue growth initiatives and the industries that are related to that. Just a few words about our programs. Physics started together with chemistry in 1961 when the higher education institution was established. It was a short program for teachers. It was transformed, the institute was transformed into an engineering one in 1977, so the program was discontinued. And then it came back in 1990 when the university became comprehensive. The physics program on its own started in 1999, but unfortunately due to a low number of students in 2012 was discontinued. In 2003 we started applied physics, what we call Physica Tehnologică in Romanian. A program that is the only one surviving today, and in the same time in a different faculty, in a different college of our university, they started power engineering, say brother, sister, whatever you can call a program to ours. We also had some master's programs, but then again, due to a low number of students, they had to be discontinued. We will start next year a new attempt, and this time with the program in English. Speaking about students, this is, I think, a very important slide. showing how difficult it is to maintain a program in applied physics in Constanța. And this is a good opportunity for me as a representative of the program to thank my rector and the leadership for still keeping us alive despite the small number of students. And we have a rule to have at least 15 to start a program, and as you can see, even if you start with 15, you don't finish with 15. So it's struggling, and these numbers come to confirm what Professor Chileșan mentioned earlier and the other speakers, that the numbers are not there to address the need. On the other side, power engineering in the other college is more appealing, but most of these guys go to the wind parks that are in Dobrogea. So very few of them end up in the nuclear sector. About applied physics and the curriculum, we have two areas of focus. One is material physics. You saw also, I'm sorry, in Cluj and Iași, the emphasis is mainly towards physics of materials. We try to keep alive also the physics and technology of nuclear reactors, but it's difficult due to the low number of students. For that direction of in-depth studies, we have core courses that you can see here: nuclear physics, nuclear spectroscopy, that is also related to dosimetry and radio protection, physics of nuclear reactors and energy conversion systems. And we also have electives classes that students choose from a wider pile. And we have nuclear reactions and interaction between matter and radiation, and materials for nuclear reactors. The other two are there, but in the past few years were not chosen by our students. In the other college, there is this power engineering program, and in their curriculum, they focus on industrial power engineering and on renewable energy sources. They do have some classes that serve the purpose for nuclear power, but they are not right now the main thrust in the program. So we were asked to speak about challenges. One challenge is the modest interest from high school graduates. And the problem here is that although the university makes an effort to communicate the need, and we spend a lot of time in high schools in the counties, in Constanța, Tulcea, and the nearby counties, we are not credible, because the high school students will think that we just preach for our own good. We would be more credible if companies like Nuclear Electrica or others would join forces, so that they would say these universities, not just ours, are supported, and there is a need, and there is a future. Just our effort is not enough, and some help here would be very important. Another problem is disappearing expertise. Speaking about numbers, Rector Costoiu was counting also the academics available. If we count in Constanța, it's about 15 people that work in physics and physics-related or nuclear-related engineering, so very few. And of those, many are like me, with maybe 8 years to retirement or less. So there is a problem, and even in University of Bucharest, I'm not sure if we have colleagues from there. During our time, Rector Chileșan remembers, We had some programs in nuclear physics, studying reactors, studying materials. All those guys focus now on high energy physics, on CERN, on other types of research, neglecting the power engineering research. So the expertise is going away, and we need help in reestablishing it. Lack of aging infrastructure, I won't say too much about that. It's a sad truth. And then poor motivation for academics to dedicate to a nuclear career. If you think of what the funding agencies in Romania for research are offering, you see that nuclear research is not there on the list as a priority. And this way, they focus their research where the money is, and that's away from nuclear. And if we want people to come back to nuclear, we need to incentivize them, to bring motivation. Now also about opportunities. I'm very happy that the new law supports this dual education, and I know Rector Costoiu has been one of the strong promoters of that. And I also know that Tipi Dobrescu has been a very strong support of that. What happens is that, for instance, at Constanța, although in many other places it was the city hall, the municipalities that applied for such programs, in our case it's the university who cares. And we are very happy that Nucleare Electrica is part of the consortium, and this way, in fact, we see the light at the end of the tunnel. If every year we were afraid that with the 15 number of students or less, we may be cut off, now with this kind of support, we can look forward, we can hire and bring new people and so on. So we hope that this way, with this program, instead of staying in a vicious circle, we will get into a virtuous one. Another thing is, along with supporting the students and the programs, brings also infrastructure. And this is something that I'll come back in just one slide or so. It's important that multinationals come also in this sector. So Nucleare Electrica is now changing, but I have to say here, to be honest, as the other speakers have been so far, Nucleare Electrica until, I don't know, 3-4 years ago, had a very poor strategy for human resource. And this is why they're in such a bad shape now. Well, I'm glad that things have changed. We have now very good relations with the leaders, Mr. Ghiță, Mr. NEA. We're very happy that the ties are stronger, but it will take time because universities are institutions with inertia. So if we start something, a good practice today, it will show results in 6 years at the earliest. Also, related to the disappearing experience, I'm very happy to see that the embassies of US and of Canada, for instance, are very active in bridging the university systems in their countries and Romania. I salute now with NEA that British and other experts are joining forces, because we need your expertise and your involvement will be very helpful. Eli was mentioned and is something that it's very important. I mentioned this Recovery and Resilience Grant in the previous slide. So the infrastructure is very important. We need to have a good house to attract the students. Otherwise, they say, where should I really study? And they think of going to other countries instead of staying home. And suggestions about what needs to be done. I have this quadruple helix in mind. There's that saying that it takes a village. Well, it takes a partnership between all those 4 players to make it happen. The universities alone cannot be credible in front of high school students to attract them. We need to have the companies backing that. So recruitment is one of the things that we can do together with companies. With companies, involving them in the quality assurance committees in universities, we can change the curricula so that they are responsive to the true needs of the companies. Then practical training. We don't have simulators in Constanța. I'm glad that Politehnica has such a nice facility, but even we cannot make such investments. So then a partnership with the companies to train the students are very important. Building expertise, as I mentioned, and what we need is guys from Nuclearelectrica or other companies to come and give lectures at the university. I know it's hard for them because they're overwhelmed with their own duties, but unless they do that, it's hard to move forward. Also, cultivating soft skills. I know that there is an association of engineers from power engineering, especially guys from Politehnica, who have this NGO, and they attract students by going to not professional but soft skills. So what this kind of, in the civic society here circle, these guys can also contribute, and they can help us a lot, and we felt this, this contribution. Also, cooperation and research could be useful, and our colleague from Pitești-Bolyai mentioned that very convincingly. So this is like a conclusion, and thank you for your attention. Together with me, the 2 colleagues and friends from Ovidius, Florin Moscalu and Marius Bach.
Thank you. And I love the image at the end, right? We've got to nurture the next generation through. Next up, we'll have a representative from the University of Valaya.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I want to thank you to the organizer for giving us the opportunity to be here with you at this interesting event. I am Claudia Stichi. I'm from Valahia University of Târgoviște. Looking at the list of the university present here today, if Alexandru Ioan Cuza University from Iași is the oldest university, I understand that. Valahia University of Târgoviște is the youngest. So I will start with some information about my university. We have now, I think, I can tell that now we have 31 years of experience. We don't have tradition in nuclear education, but we have experience in some basics, knowledges, courses in nuclear physics, nuclear safety. So, only some information about the location of my university. You can saw the Romanian map. Târgoviște is near to Bucharest, is near to Pitești, is no far away from Constanța, no far from Cluj-Napoca and Iași. We are together in Romania. You can see also the map of Târgoviște and the location of my university with some picture of our campus. We have now a new campus at the limit of Târgoviște to the mountains, to the Sinaia. And also you can see a spot, Doicești, in that map. Now is not a red spot, but I think in the future, and we know, will be a hot spot in nuclear energy. So I put there a picture. It's not a real picture. It's from virtual spaces. But I think in the future, in some years, we can visit some places, and why not? We can collaborate together. Not why not? And we think it's better to collaborate and to for the success of this SMR project at Doicești. About Târgoviște, about Valahia University of Târgoviște, was founded as a public university, a state university in 1992. There are 10 faculties, 2 doctoral schools, 250 academic staff and 20 researchers, and more than 6,000 students. Concerning the faculty, you can see the first of all is Faculty of Sciences of Arts, is my faculty. It's a smaller faculty from our university concerning the number of the students, but it's the biggest concerning the academic staff and the research results. We have 41 bachelor degree programs, 30 master programs, and 6 direction for doctoral studies. As you can see, we have Faculty of Electrical Engineering, Electronics and Information Technology, Faculty of Materials Engineering and Mechanics, Faculty of Environmental Engineering and Food Sciences, Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Law and Administrative Sciences, Faculty of Humanities, and Faculty of Theology, Orthodox Theology, and we have also an extension in Alexandria, Faculty of Sciences and Engineering. So you saw, we are a comprehensive university. Some information about the technical faculties, faculties only. Faculty of Sciences and Arts. There are 2 departments, Sciences and Advanced Technologies and Arts. It's a very nice background to study in our faculty because we have also students at musics, but from the technical part of view, we have mathematics, informatics. We still have physics and chemistry study programs at bachelor levels, and we have also master degrees study programs, and here is the master program where the physicists and the chemists work together is physical-chemical analytical methods for life and environmental quality controls. Is in chemistry domain, not in physics, because it was also a master program applied physics at the master level, but we stopped this program because the youngest people were not interested so much in that part. At Faculty of Electrical Engineering, Electronics and Information Technologies, there are 2 departments. We have also bachelor study programs, Automatics and Applied Informatics, Applied Electronics, Technology and Telecommunication System, Industrial Power Engineering, and Electrical Engineering, and also we have some master study programs, and a program is in English. It's concerning the electrical vehicles. We have also Faculty of Materials Engineering and Mechanics, with material science, industrial equipment and installation, and biomaterials engineering. it's the design of the presentation, excuse me. And also we have some master degree programs, advanced materials and modern equipment for manufacturing and testing in mechanical engineering. Also, we have Faculty of Environmental Engineering and Food Science. There are 2 departments and also some study program at bachelor and master levels. My colleagues from the Faculty of Sciences and Arts and from my department, physics, physicists, chemists, mathematicians, work together with all the students from that technical faculties. All the disciplines from the curricula, which are fundamentals from their education, are performed by my colleagues from the Department of Science and Advanced Technologies. Concerning the doctoral studies, we have 2 doctoral studies, one in the humanities and economics and another one in engineering sciences. We don't have doctoral studies in physics or chemistry, but we have doctoral studies in material engineering, mechanical engineering, and electrical engineering. Concerning our students, we work together with them. I think we are very proud because we can say that in our university, the education centered by students, it's very real. The students also are close to the society, entrepreneurial society of students. There are many projects and many activities organized by this society. And also, concerning the research activity, we have a new research institute, Institute of Multidisciplinary Research for Science and Technologies. Is the institute of the umbrella of our university. We have 42 laboratories, research laboratories, and 15 research centers. We have also a research infrastructure. You have there the link of the infrastructure existing in our research institute. The building is equipped with the highest levels of renewable energy field, but also in the innovative products and processed field. All the academic staff are part of the research centers. Also in the institute, there are 20 researchers which works and perform research activities in that institute. And also together with our students, we have different research projects, especially with students. We work especially with students from master and doctoral degree. So here you can see the existing research centers, applied sciences and modern technologies, a research center in electrical engineering, electronics and information technology. We have also a research center in energy environment, electric vehicles. We have an academic school of material science, also a research center in nanomaterials and micromechanical. And also there are other research centers concerning all the study programs from our university. As all the university, we have a strategy concerning the internalizations. We have collaboration with different university and research institutes from the entire world. We have Erasmus bilateral agreements, and our students and also our academic staff and our researchers goes to change good practices with colleagues from other university and research institutes. We are now a part of an European consortium, Creative EU. It's formed by different universities from different countries. Today we have already the agreement between the universities. We are awarded with Seal of Excellence by the European Commission, and the next step is to submit for European Commission funding. We are in consortium with colleagues from Polytechnical Institute from Tomar, University of Camerino from Italy, Adana University from Turkey, Zenov Academy of Economics from Bulgaria, University of South Bohemia from Czechia, and also now we have a new partner from Trnava from Slovakia. About collaboration and sharing best practices, because I think this is the subject of our meeting, the collaboration. We have goals, like all of us. So, principal goal is to develop and promote the collaboration and the educational and research network between university, maybe it's wrong here, between universities and industry. We have now some agreements with different economical partners, and already a first step was made with Nuclear Electrica. We want to develop and to collaborate with research institutes. We have already some agreements, and we can extend together in the frame, why not, on a national school or consortium in nuclear field. And we want to develop and to promote educational network between university and high schools. Next month, we have already a project in collaboration with Nuclear Electrica to organize at regional level a contest for young people from high schools with the theme nuclear energy in our life. Because in our region, due to the SMR project, the public opinion is not very positive. The public opinion, and the public opinion is very important. And it's very important that people, to communicate to the people correct information, scientific correct information. Because many people communicate about SMR, about nuclear energy, and we can saw it in media many peoples which talk about that subject, but they are not people specialists in nuclear energy. They are not scientists. So it's very important to attract youngest people, to form also our students as youngest, why not citizen scientists. So next month we will have some this contest together with the young people from the high schools. Also, we have already student nucleum form already to work with us, to go, to discuss, to transmit, to speak about nuclear energy, to give information to the people. So we try to form some students to be citizen scientists. And together we will work and we will try to attract young people with us. So also another goal with a goal of our university is to develop the curricula of the existing program. We can update this curricula or to start new study program related to labor market. And now I think in our county a new labor market is in developing nuclear energy. So I think I think that we are real partners, and together we can work and to participate at that project, SMR project. Thank you for your attention, and please to be sure that we are future active collaborators in that interesting subject, nuclear energy. We don't have tradition, but we can be together and in all the domain, because we have also faculty of communication, and also together we have with our colleagues from that faculty, we can transmit.
The opportunities are vast within the country and among countries. Next up, we have a faculty member from the University of Craiova. Oops.
So, I'm Mihaela Tinca-Udriștioiu. I'm from the Department of Physics, Faculty of Science, University of Craiova. My university is a comprehensive university with 12 faculties. We don't have medicine. In the rest, I think that we have everything. I'm a physicist. I'm not an engineer. It's an important detail. The title of my presentation is "A partnership is always the key to progress," because I believe that the collaboration is very important, not the competition. The competition is destructive, and I believe that universities from Romania should collaborate more before everything. Because I'm a project manager in different European projects, I believe that where is a will, there is a way. Oops. We have engineering, energetic engineering and electric engineering. I think that they had programs focused on nuclear energy. I don't know exactly their situation now, but I will speak from the perspective of physics, where we have a bachelor program in computational physics and medical physics, a master program in theoretical physics and applied physics. We want to develop for the next years a future master program in medical physics combined with computational physics. I think that there is an opportunity to develop postgraduate programs because ARACIS, our agency, which is responsible for quality assurance in higher education, don't impose so many limitations regarding postgraduate programs. And I think that a solution regarding nuclear physics courses or nuclear courses in generally might be organized in the framework of postgraduate programs. I'm responsible for the course in nuclear physics to the University of Craiova, In the same time, I teach detectors, dosimetry, and radio protection. And starting with this year, I will teach radiotherapy. We are very focused on medical physics. Here, it's a short list of the equipment focused on nuclear physics. I developed 2 laboratories during a project in the framework of Romania-Bulgaria cross-border. It's a cross-border program that allow us to develop infrastructure. And one laboratory is in medical imaging and another one in radiotherapy. We try to use how much is possible simulations. We bought 2 treatment plan stations Eclipse from Varian because they allow us to work easier with students and to bring from hospitals different medical cases. And our students learn easier when they see specific situations. I'm Fulbright alumni, and from this point of view, I'm a vector of change regarding the collaboration with the USA. From this point of view, I have a very good collaboration with different personalities from medical physics from the USA. Together, we collaborate under the umbrella of Global Health Catalyst. They try to develop also a global university. I heard this idea to a global university from Nuclear Energy Agency. I think it's a very good solution. Because the pandemic proved that online environment might be a solution to communicate high quality information. Also, we have collaborations with the European Union. As I said, I'm focused on attracting funding for my university. Also, we collaborate with the employers from our region, and I think an important point is represented by our graduates that helped us to develop our network of collaborators. We have collaborations with institutions from Bucharest, from Cluj-Napoca. I believe that it's important to trust in our partners and to build together projects. As you see, I won't complain for anything. I'm very optimistic. One of the main needs that I observed, I noticed, I feel as a faculty, as an academic, the need of training, not only in nuclear physics, but also in reactors, detectors, radiotherapy, nuclear medicine, medical imaging. It's important to emphasize the need of practice for our students because it's not so easy to organize such things. Internships, I consider that the employers, if they need human resource, they need to invest more in their trainings. Because I noticed that employers have high expectations regarding universities. Usually they want graduates able to work with state-of-the-art technology. I'm talking about linear accelerator. You said before nuclear reactors. To be able to do this, it's important for them to open the gates for our graduates to go there for different internships. Students should be motivated to go there. Also, our graduates should provide safe, high-quality care to cancer patients. I'm very focused on this area, cancer patients, because we should improve our efforts in helping them more than we are doing. Our graduates should provide quality assurance for very expensive equipment and generate complex treatment plans for the treatment of cancer patients. We need to find solutions to involve more our students in research. Long life learning is a very important point. Our students should understand very clear that when they graduate an university, they should continue their education. Also, the graduates should collaborate with us more, especially when the employers ask them for training, because universities are very important in this field. It's more than clear that employers invest a lot of money and time to bring graduates to an acceptable level to work in their field. But in the same time, I believe that they should cooperate more with us to invest more together with us. We are open for collaborations. Our university's gates are open for workshops, for different seminars or courses. Another idea is regarding high schools, because I heard some complaints that we are not very attractive for the students from high schools. Together with the National Energy Agency, we can organize some events together. Online environment is a very feasible environment. I saw this kind of events organized by CERN. Why not is possible to organize with National with Nuclear Energy Agency? I believe that the future should be optimistic. We have a huge power in our hands to train the future generations. No matter what, we should invest energy in their training, helping them to progress in research. Why not in research is a very important point. And we should focus on attracting funds in this direction, in training, and in developing infrastructure, because without money, too many actions can die. And because I see here an important number of students, I think that the ingredients of the success are inside of them, and hope that they will make good choices regarding their future and will remain here in Romania, because we need them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, especially drawing on looking at faculty training, key areas of development that were listed, and then I also really appreciated the vectors for change. It's really up to us. Next up, we have a faculty representative from the Technical University from Cluj.
Hello. Fortunately, I don't have a presentation, so just allow me to speak about our activity directly for the topic of today. First of all, I want to thank all the guilty persons that were involved in your invitation to be here to this rewarding experience. I'm sure that it will be very, very important for us to make connections. For example, today I met and I know from Cluj our colleagues from Babeș-Bolyai. So I'm sure that it is very important for us to go in this kind of events. Regarding the previous presentations, I can tell now the answer to your question. I know that why I am here. I am here to listen, to watch, to learn, and to extract some ideas for the future of our activity. But what we have done by now, starting from this year, we are the only department that we thought about nuclear energy in our university, and we pay a visit at Cernavoda with the dean of our faculty and my colleague Horea Beleu. Sorry, my name is Sorin Pavel. I'm sorry. I'm the director of the Electrical Power System Department. So, we have paid this visit at Cernavoda. We start to discuss with the specialist. We start to discuss punctually. So we try to establish even the curricula for our thought to start something in nuclear energy. After that, we ask the specialists from Cernavoda to come in Cluj and make a presentation to the students to make our thought more attractive, to make nuclear energy more attractive. They came, they make a presentation to a full room. It was very, very nice, that thing. And we thought that this kind of meetings, visit in Cernavoda, can be made with students, and the visit from Cernavoda will be repeated in the future years. So, in 1 October, so 10 years ago, we start the first series of students in nuclear energy at master degree. Why master degree? Because, as you know, it's much more easier to start a master license than a master degree than a license, a bachelor one, in terms of documents for accreditation. So we are beginners in this topic, but we are very, very sure that we can develop, maybe with colleagues from Babeș-Bolyai, and I'm not joking about this, and of course, with all our participants from this room. Our curricula contain, I wrote here on the several basis discipline about nuclear energy. So nuclear theory basis, nuclear power plants, legislation and norms for nuclear energy, measurement systems, and SCADA about nuclear and about our visit, control methods for energy generation method, control methods for energy generation systems, nuclear power plants security. There are several disciplines for our curricula in our master. I wrote some ideas here. Okay, so we think about how to develop this master degree. We think maybe to start some, I don't know, for 1 or 2 years, an English version of our master degree, and maybe if it will be possible, a bachelor degree in the next future, I don't know, 3 or 4 years. Why we start this master degree? We have 60 students only in power systems masters, and we divided in 2 options. One of them will be for nuclear energy. So I think 1% of the 2,000 engineers will be delivered by Cluj University in the next years. I wish you all good luck in the future activity and hope to have very interesting discussions. Thank you very much.
If I can have all our faculty members come up again, who gave presentations. No, we're not the only ones who sit at these chairs. I need you all up here. Come on. I want to thank our presenters today for insight into their individual into their individual institutions, and also their insight into the set of issues that we are dealing with collectively and individually, both within Romania, in the region, and then also internationally, in tackling this good problem to have, right? That we need more individuals, we need more of a focus on the infrastructure for the next generation and then getting them ready, and the partnerships that need to be formed. I'm going to open it up to the audience to see if there are any questions. I'm keeping an eye on our time. We have a little left, but we can gather certain themes and threads and additional questions that will take over to tomorrow when we have breakout sessions as well. So what questions do you have for either a particular member of this panel or in general? Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for your very interesting presentation. My name is Laura Constantin. I'm representing Pitești-POLITEHNICA, and of course we have partnership with all of you. And as colleagues from Constantin mentioned, yes, indeed, Pitești-POLITEHNICA until recently was not very active, let's say, in the sense on the HR part. We were looking only for operations, and we were quite fine there. But in the last year, we started several projects, as you all know. And as Minister of Energy mentioned, we have some targets to reach. We have several projects, and the industry and the nuclear energy needs, your support. I've seen some of the proposals. The question that I have is, given that you all know what we've tried to do with you in the last years, what would be your specific recommendations regards our involvement? What we are able to do from the theoretical perspective? Because, okay, our involvement can be from different perspectives, with financial resources, with, the experiment that the internship, for example, we've done that, and we plan to do more, ensuring our employees in coming to courses and interacting with the students. We participated at fairs. We do want to do more. We have plans in that area, but I would like to see also your perspective in order to be able to see, okay, whether our plans, are really adjusted accordingly to also to your perspective, because it's very important. So that would be a first question, for me to take as a homework, let's say.
So, I believe that it's important to collaborate. Our students need to know about you, and from this perspective, I think that we can come with our students in some visits to see you working in that place. Internships also represent another direction. Career fairs are important too.
Would you think that, also because you have career fairs, all of you are actually organizing this. We've done our best in being involved, but also I think with some of
We can collaborate to have an event for everyone. We can find the proper place to organize such a fair. Why not? Yeah. This is the main directions where I can see collaboration. Also in some projects, if there are projects that involve us as higher education, we need access to infrastructure, to simulators. We need some information before to say more. Thank you.
I want to add a bit exactly on this topic. I think from the students' perspective, nuclear electrica, they don't know anything about it. Basically, it does not exist. I think it will be extremely helpful if again, we'll have some visits, and maybe not only to nuclear electrica, but also, since we're coming to that side of the country, especially for us from Cluj, which is a bit further, maybe to somewhere else. So maybe through some collaborations we can arrange something. I would also say, and this is to my colleagues from other university, it might be good and might be also easier for you if it will be a joint undertaking, in the sense that the students to come together. It will be a great experience for the students to talk with students from other university. I have seen this time and time again in different summer school, international summer schools, and it's of great help for them to talk. Yes, and it will also be easier for you because in this case you won't have 5 visits, you'll have 1, and you can also choose how many people and so on.
That's a very genuine feedback in the sense that students don't know about. Okay, we are doing our best, but again, that's us. We are planning to do more, and just in order to have proper calibration of our plans, I need your input.
And also, I would think it will also be helpful. Like I said, it will be great if you can define a bit exactly what are you looking for in a person when you want to hire it, and you can even extend this to the visit itself. For example, if you want to show something more interesting or more detailed about what you do, maybe you can set a requirement list, and then it will also help us, just in case we have too many candidates and not enough places, or depends how it is done. But it will be of great help.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
I think that all the things you mentioned are great, and I'm very glad that things have changed for the better during the past few years. So I support all those initiatives that you mentioned, and in fact were supported by yeah. I have 2 suggestions that are a bit different, though, in terms of how we organize the way we work together, the partnership. So all these activities that we have in mind can be organized in a more coherent way. And one way, the example that I have in mind, although it's not great, the idea behind it is good. Eli has the so-called academic forum. So the leadership of the infrastructure brought together faculties of physics and engineering from all over the country in this common forum, and this way we can discuss, for instance, your needs. How should we change the curricula? How should we change within the curricula, the syllabi, in a coherent way? Because we can work together, and on the other side, we can also specialize, differentiate, because maybe in Cluj, they may have some strengths, in Bucharest, others, and this way, you use the resources in a better way. And then this forum would also work very well together with universities from abroad that would, so it's a way to bring everyone together efficiently, I would say. The second suggestion that I have is based on something that I mentioned during my talk, and I want to bring back, because I just searched, I didn't remember the name of the association and the name of the guy, because sometimes, you know, omul sfințește locul. So the people make the difference in some Romanian saying. This Societatea Inginerilor Energeticieni din România. This is an association led at that time by Mircea Bițoiu from Politehnica, who is very effective in stirring the interest, making the young generation more aware, and they bring volunteers. And my point is, from my collaboration with people from Nucleare Electrica, they're all very busy. They have high responsibilities. They don't have enough staff, so they have to work overtime and so on. That's hard. Well, relying on volunteers would be helpful for everyone, both from Nucleare Electrica and for universities. So what I mentioned there, that quadruple helix, when we are all together, these kind of guys could make that happen. So the fairs, for instance, that we all have in mind, soft skills, having tours, if some guys from Nucleare Electrica cannot organize it, but can send somebody with knowledge, that will make life easier for all of us. So these are the two ideas that I have in mind. Thank you.
Actually, we are working also with Romatom, the industry association, but again, yes, the association that you mentioned, I mean, for sure, the platform that would be able to have. Thank you.
If I may, I have 2-3 points to discuss from my perspective. Okay, our students are aware about your internship and scholarship programs that are happening this month. We have a lot of questions from them, so oh yeah, I will, sure. What I see that will be a real benefit, if you could send us someone to us to teach, to interact directly with students. We do this with physicists from hospitals, we do this with physicists from industry, but if you send somebody to teach few classes, not entire semester, but just to interact with students, to see a little bit what is happening, and to really to introduce the company and the activity directly to students, not by us. And a third point, what I see that it will be really beneficial to have practical activities in collaboration, because we can teach theory. Most of us, we teach a lot of theory. But practical activities is something really different. And in nuclear science, it's not that easy. You can perform experiments in optics quite rapid and easily, but in nuclear science or physics of atoms, not. And I know this because I run an atomic physics laboratory, and I know what are the difficulties. So this will be another way of getting together, working together for students' practical activities. And this meaning not only visits, but real practical activities as they supposed to be done to have a degree. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm looking at our time, and we want there was, oh, sorry, I missed.
Okay. I agree with the idea of my colleague. We already started the collaboration with Nucleare Electrica. We have already sponsored project to develop a laboratory in dosimetry and nuclear safety like this. But I think it's very important that our students to have practices. So some different practices stages with our students are very important, that our students to go from 2-3 weeks or for practices. In all the departments of yes, it's very important.
Together with our technical people to see, okay, maybe even in outages we can do some, not necessarily something very elaborate, but specific for specific activities, in order for them at least to observe. So I've done observation on myself, and it's quite, it's very, very interesting. It's very important to see the installation and to see things happening there.
And we know already. Yes, yes,
People,
yes, yes,
and
yes.
some
And
of them are really, I mean, all of our stuff is fantastic, but some of them are...
we already know about your projects, Nucleu de Bine, Nucleu de Excellence Nucleu. It is very important to give that scholarships, fellowships, scholarships to more students, to attract and to...
This is what we've done. I've
Yes.
fought for the budget.
Because I think will be many students which will apply for that kind of scholarships. And it's very important to attract young students from all the domains, not only from physics or engineering.
Yes, of course, we are not talking, we can talk also about electrical, mechanical, some other...
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you.
We're going to have one last comment.
Yeah, last comment. Oh, sorry. I'm a woman.
Okay.
I will
Two
take
last
it
comments.
Simultaneously.
If you want. I took two things from the ESA. First of them, keep it simple, and take it baby steps. I think that first step is to communicate better, to find together the best solution. And another remark before to stop what I want to say. There are rectors, or should be, in this room. I think it's very important to give to the physics a more important role in engineering training, because at this moment the physics should be taught in a different way, more interactive, more engagement, and should have more teaching hours. It's not possible for an engineer to have a short course for a semester in physics, 2 hours, and a seminar, 1 hour, not even a laboratory. I believe that it's important to solve this thing at national level. Thank you.
Yes.
So the effects of your visit or your specialist visit in Cluj were astonishing. I think several days students spoke only about nuclear electrica. So we have already planned visit with students, Deutschecht and nuclear electrica. I know that in Cluj there is a great company that is working in Deutschecht. So we can manage, and I'm sure that more ideas will be extract up after the visit, after the students will visit your company. So I will wait this visit.
Well, I've enjoyed the start of the conversation. We could go on for the rest of the 2-day workshop. And I do invite everyone to do so during the breakout sessions tomorrow. We're going to take a break now for lunch. And we'll come back here at 2:30 for invited guests. You all know where you're supposed to be. For others, we will reconvene here at 2:30 for session 2, developing the workforce for the future, perspectives of stakeholders. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. How was lunch? It was fantastic, wasn't it? So much so that we should be doing exercises before we sit back down. Well, thank you for coming back and for us to start the session 2 on developing the workforce for the future, perspectives of stakeholders. We have 4 presenters this afternoon. The first one is Ms. Constantine, Deputy General Manager, Corporate Services for Nuclearelectrica.
Okay. Let me just press the button. So, okay. So, hello everybody. It's a great moment after lunch to have a presentation, but hopefully I will manage to keep your attention. So, my name is Laura Constantin. I'm the Deputy CEO of Nuclearelectrica. Starting from last year, I'm coordinating human resources, procurement, communication, legal, and compliance. So that's my area of coordination within the company. First of all, I want to thank the NEA and Politehnica Bucharest for setting up this event. It's very important also for the industry and especially for us to be able to have this platform and to share together our insights. I will start the presentation by our very ambitious targets. As the Minister of Energy said, we have ambitious targets. Romania has these targets to reach until 2030, and again, nuclear is a major player in reaching those targets. Now, some important figures as regards nuclear energy in Romania. Actually, the fact that we have 2 operating units, this is the reduction of CO2 emissions that has been made within these operations, and we have like 11,000 jobs within the industry, and some other important targets there as regards our operations. The target in 2030, yes, to reach an annual reduction of CO2 with 4 units in operation, and I'll talk later about our projects, and SMR power plants, and also 20,000 jobs in the industry by 2030. And when I'm talking about industry, I'm not talking only about Nuclearelectrica, also about our contractors and authorities and okay. So, as I've mentioned earlier, until recently, 2 or 3 years ago, Nuclearelectrica had only 2 branches, yes. So in Cernavo, the nuclear power plant with 2 new units operating, and Pitești, the nuclear fuel facility. So these were the operation a few years ago. Starting from 2019, 2020, we started to develop projects. Actually, Unit 3 and 4 is a let's say, a project that started a while ago, but now we have restarted it. We have set up Nuclearelectrica Serv. It's a services company that we have and provides services for the operations of the 2 units. We already have 500 employees there, which we have recruited in the last 2 years. We've set up, actually we've bought the Feldioara uranium octoxide processing line, which has become operational this year, the beginning of this year, and we have already 290 employees here, and here I want to thank our regulator, which they really helped us in authorizing in due time the facility. The company is listed in the Bucharest Stock Exchange, Minister of Energy, majority shareholders, the other are private shareholders. As you probably know, we are very proud of our, operations facilities. Units 1 and 2 are highest performant units in the world based on the capacity factor. Also, as regards the standard of excellence, we are, regularly evaluated by IMPO, and we are here in an excellent level. Also in Pitești, we have a very good performance, excellent performance. We produce the fuel bundles with a zero defect rate. As I've mentioned before, this year we finalized the Feldioara subsidiary, setting up the new uranium facility. And Nuclearelectrica Serv, which I mentioned earlier. Now, I will go to the projects, yes. These are the main investment projects that we have. The refurbishment of Unit 1, the 2 new CANDU units, SMR, CTRF, and the integrated nuclear fuel cycle. As regards the refurbishment, we are currently in contracting in phase 2. We have already concluded with CANDU Energy the first contracts, and we are in finalizing the long lead items and tools contract. Our next step is to conclude the EPC, and phase 3, it will be the effective development of the refurbishment, end of 2026, when Unit 1 will be shut down for 2 years. Of course, at that point in time, that's why I mentioned before also the contractors and the industry, because these contracts would mean, workforce that also the contractors, CANDU Energy and some other companies would need also a local presence. Of course, they would use, of course, their own employees, but they would need also local involvement. As regards CANDU Units 3 and 4, Energonuclear is the company within our group. It's 100% owned by us. The project is in the preparatory stage. We are currently preparing engineering services with different technical reports as regard the licensing that is necessary for the project. We have a strategy which is approved by our shareholders, and Unit 3 is supposed to be operational by 2030, and Unit 4 by 2031. We had, so the Romanian state approved by law the support agreement for Units 3 and 4. So the main difference for this project, because, okay, it's an old project of the company, but now, in comparison with a few years ago, the Romanian state has issued a law approved by the Romanian parliament, which mentions several support measures to be in place for the projects. So that means that also from a workforce perspective, also from educational perspective, the support is there. We just have to, to be able to collaborate and to use it. As regards the financing, that's an important milestone. It happened last month when the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources in Canada announced the support for financing the Units 3 and 4 NPP with $3 billion Canadian dollars. The CTRF project, actually it's a technology that was developed by Romania researcher, yes, so Romanian Research Institute. And we concluded the contract this year, and the project has already started. It will be the world's third and Europe's first tritium removal facilities. It opens several opportunities for tritium production, tritium export for us. Now I will talk a little bit about small modular reactors. This is a project that we are developing with the NuScale, an American technology. These are the estimated, let's say, figures related to the project. We are envisaging 193 permanent jobs, 1,500 jobs during construction, 2,300 jobs in manufacturing. The SMR project in Romania will be the first in Europe and the second after US. We are closely working with the company, with the NRC and with our regulator to have in place the proper regulations and authorization for the project. Okay. These are just the milestones which are related to the project. I won't go into details. As regards the vision for SMR, Romania, intends to have to deploy SMRs in the region, to have a base for supporting production and assembly of components by developing the supply chain and the localization of the production. And here we are, trying to revisit, our local supply chain, Romanian supply chain, which again would need workforce, specialized workforce. A hub for preparation and training of future operators, a maintenance hub, and of course, as I mentioned, Nuclearelectrica is the preferred operator based on our 26 years safe experience. These are another arguments that are supporting this project. Again, Romania itself has more than 50 years of experience in nuclear industry. And again, highly appreciated engineering education system that really helped us in operating these units with at an excellent standard. Okay, now I will go to what we've done until now as regards the future workforce for both operational and project sites. And again, we are actually also working in doing some more things. As regards our employee structures and metrics, we've hired over 1,500 employees in the last 10 years, 45% with high school or professional studies, and 55% with higher education, having in mind that technical bachelor degree is for more than 90% out of them. In the next 5 years, our estimation is that 30% of our employees will retire, and 50% in the next 10 years. So this is a massive generational change, and we are hiring many people in order to, and hiring and having different programs, training programs for them in order to keep the knowledge within the company. We have continued efforts to replace the vacant posts. And here you have, for the last 3 years, the departures and the newcomers. As I've mentioned earlier, we have several programs to attract the younger generation: traineeship, internship, scholarship, partnership with universities, dual education, on-the-job training. But again, these programs have to develop. I mean, we realize that if we want to continue to have an excellent standard for the operations and to finalize all the projects, we have to put in place all the necessary measures to have employees and well-trained employees. Again, we are recruiting staff for future projects, also for tritium removal facility for Unit 1, for uranium processing facility, and for Units 3 and 4 and SMR. Okay, so here is just the qualification per 100 new entries that we have within recruiting. I think it's valid for the recent recruiting, and this is are the percentages for the current. It's just for you to see, let's say, the occupation and the division between of them. Okay. As my colleagues mentioned earlier, we have signed as a partner the consortium Techno Dobroja, and here we have, plans under the leadership of Ovidius Constanța University. We will participate also with financial resources. This is a very important project for us, and hopefully it will be just the beginning. Again, as you all mentioned earlier, we have to attract children to STEM education, to ensure the quality and anchor the economical needs to the STEM education, and attract young force to local jobs. And as I've asked earlier, it's important for us to know where we can help, besides the financial support, which again, okay, maybe it's easy to put in place, but there are some other elements that we can do. And here we've just mentioned some ideas that most probably tomorrow they will be more specific. Yes, and here, we've developed each one of the ideas that we have. Again, most of them have already been mentioned by some of you. Transforming the tutor's role from teaching to guiding the learning process. So, there are elements that I'm very happy to see that we have a common perspective. I wanted to have here also the training center, that we've developed together with NewScale, with Polytechnica University, with all the partners. So that's a very important milestone, and we are very proud of it. Now I will talk a little bit what we've done in terms of CSR, let's say, and communication. I mean, we've organized several visits. We had discussion with several faculties. We reached some students. We are planning to do more, but we are starting to be there and to go to the students, for them to know about us, what we are doing, what projects we have, and what it's like to work within Nuclear Electrica. We also went to high schools because we realized that, the universities are not enough. We have to go to high school as well, and to be able also there to campaign. And we have had some campaigns there also with our mentors and our employees. So we started to do that, and we will continue to do so. Here are just a few elements in terms of figures. We've invested some amounts as regards projects in education, and we will continue to do so. Okay. Thank you very much. I would like just to mention some conclusions based on the discussions that we had until now. So from my perspective, setting such a platform with your help is very important, because we have to align our efforts in the end, and not to have insular and individual efforts that, okay, are good, but in the end they are not achieving the final goal, let's say. So the final goal is, to have in place for Romania a clean energy, yes, and to be able to reach the net zero, the targets. But besides that, about the targets, and it's about the people, it's about the fact that we all want a better life, and we want the nature to be there, and to be a healthy nature, the mother nature. So that's the goal, actually. And if we will have common efforts together, that would be more efficient. And in my mind, and I think it's also, you've put in the presentation of the event, should be, like 3 pillars, and somehow coordinating between themselves, in the sense that, okay, public involvement, in the sense of the authorities, they have to be involved, the industry, and again, the universities, the academia, in the end. To be able to have the people there, and the fact that they should be well-trained, and I know that the universities in Romania have this capability. I've been there, so I know that. And so thank you for the opportunity, and we'll continue tomorrow with the work. Thank you.
Thank you. I definitely agree. I want to emphasize that people-specific, right, and the role of industry in interaction with the next generation, not starting at the completed project from educational institutions, but starting much earlier on. Next up, we have Mr. Gaina, who is the president for the Nuclear and Radioactive Waste Agency.
We will be two of us.
There were two of you.
Yes. There will be a presentation in Romanian, and of course, further details will be provided in English.
Domnul Găină este bolnav, eu sunt vicepreședintele Agenției Nucleare, mă numesc Constantin Andrei, am venit în locul dânsului, aseară am fost informat să vin. Eu am să vorbesc în română, pentru cei care nu știu engleza, eu nu știu engleza. Bună ziua, te rog frumos să iei loc lângă mine.
All right, so the president of the Nuclear Agency for Radioactive Waste is currently having a cold or a flu, and unfortunately he was unable to participate in this very important event. Nevertheless, the vice president of our agency, Mr. Constantin Andrei, was requested the pleasure to deliver today the presentation on behalf of the Nuclear Agency for Radioactive Waste.
Bună ziua! Dezvoltarea forței de muncă pentru viitor, perspective ale Agenției Nucleare și pentru deșeuri radioactive. Poftim? Domeniul nuclear în România sunt principalele organizații. După cum se vede, la Ministerul Energiei sunt cele mai multe.
In this slide, we present the nuclear field and the main organizations in nuclear field in Romania. The main organization, of course, is the Romanian government, and under its coordination is the General Secretariat of the government, where the National Commission for Nuclear Activities Control is the Romanian national regulatory body, and then it's the Ministry of Energy. Nuclear Agency for Radioactive Waste is under the coordination of the Ministry of Energy, of course, together with the Nuclear Electrica National Company and other important companies in Romania in nuclear field.
Principalele instalații nucleare din România sunt la Feldioara, la Mioveni, la București, la Cernavodă, unde este cel mai important loc în care umblă nuclearul, mai ales combustibilul nuclear.
On this map, we are pleased to show you the most important nuclear facilities in Romania. And I will start with Pitești, a very important city with a huge experience dealing with nuclear domain. We have here the Institute of Nuclear Research. We have here the branch of Nuclear Electrica, which is the nuclear fuel plant. Also, there is a subsidiary of the Nuclear Agency for Radioactive Waste in Mioveni that is practically working on the development of the near-surface disposal facility. I will move on and back to Bucharest. Near Bucharest, there is the Institute of Physics and Nuclear Engineering in Măgurele, Horia Hulubei, and then going to Constanța, to the Black Sea coast, 60 kilometers near the Black Sea coast, there is the Cernavodă MPP with 2 units in operation, and right in the exclusion zone of Cernavodă MPP, our agency will construct a near-surface disposal facility for the management for the wastes arising from the operation of the Cernavodă MPP.
După cum vedeți, Agenția Nucleară este punct de control pentru NEA și pentru AIEA, Agenția Internațională de Energie Atomică de la Viena. Totodată, Agenția Nucleară elaborează strategia națională de dezvoltare în domeniul nuclear și programul nuclear național, denumite în continuare SNEDDN și respectiv PNN.
Some important information about the Nuclear Agency for Radioactive Waste. I will start with the fact that it represents the national contact point with the Nuclear Energy Agency, and in general is the national contact point with the institutional organizations. Because actually our agency relies on 2 main pillars. One is the promotion of nuclear activities in Romania, And the other one is the management of radioactive waste, including their disposal. Deriving from this second pillar, one of our important responsibility is to update the strategy for the management of radioactive waste and spent nuclear fuel, and also to administer the funds for the management of radioactive waste. We have two funds, one for the disposal and the other one is for the decommissioning.
Totodată, resursele financiare pentru construirea celor două depozite sunt administrate de către ANDR. Da. Strategia națională este făcută tot de către noi, împreună cu politica și programul național.
We are pleased and proud to announce you that the national strategy for the safe management of radioactive waste and on spent nuclear fuel was adopted by the Romanian government through a governmental decision in January 2022. And the strategy comprises both the national policy and the national program.
Agenția nucleară are de implementat două depozite, DFDESMA, cel de suprafață pentru mediu și ușor radioactiv, și de implementat depozitul geologic de adâncime.
According with the provisions of the national program, there are two important objectives that must be implemented in Romania on medium and long term. The first one is the construction of the near surface disposal facility in Salini, in the exclusion zone of Cernavoda NPP, and the second one is the construction, the implementation of the deep geological repository for long-lived waste and the spent nuclear fuel.
Depozitul de suprafață numit și DFDESMA va fi lângă Cernavodă și în zona Cernavodă și se va construi până în să încearcă construcția lui până în 2028.
The near surface disposal facility, called DFDESMA, this is how we call it, will be a near surface one. It will be based on disposal cells. It's in the exclusion zone of Cernavoda MPP. It will be a multi-barrier type repository. And according to our national strategy, we plan to put it in operation by 2028.
În afară de aceasta, depozitul geologic se încearcă construcția lui până în 2055.
Concerning the deep geological repository, according to the strategy, we plan to put it into operation by 2055. Of course, we need to carry out additional studies in order to adjust with taxonomy. We know the document from the European Commission. Currently, our agency is deploying several activities in the period 2023-2025. An action plan for the development of the DGR is being implemented nowadays, and we hope that by the end of the action plan to be able to get some host rocks that will be further analyzed and characterized for the repository. Up to now we have 5 host rocks, and we want to, from 5 to have 2 or 3 in order to further investigate them.
Actuala activitatea ANDR privind resursele umane cuprinde următoarele elemente: dezvoltarea resurselor umane, managementul documentelor, cooperare cu organizații internaționale, AEA, NEA, OCDE, resursa umană, ameliorare prin reîmprospătare, de angajarea viitorilor actualilor studenți, performanța, evaluare de cel la sfârșitul fiecărui an, reîmprospătarea, instruirea, participarea de ANDR, personal la diferite instruiri, cursuri în România sau în afară, organizate de AIEA sau alte țări, performanță, evaluare, la fel ca entitățile ANDR, este obligat la măsuri personale pe anul de bază.
So working for the Nuclear Agency for Radioactive Waste, which is practically working within the Romanian government agency, may be also interesting and attracting. And because our agency is putting a lot of effort for the development of the human resources, and nevertheless, we are organizing many events dealing with aiming with staff training, national staff training, but also international staff training within the international organizations. So it's important to be sure that our staff is continued trained, and also that a performance appraisal of their knowledge is being performed at the end of each year.
Cum implementează ANDR, DFDSMA și DGR, depozitul geologic? Acumularea de cunoștințe practice, experiență și tehnică, expertiză, evitând pierderile lor potențiale post-timp. Transfer cunoștințe strategice pentru personalul nou, alăturat în care este ANDR. Crearea și reținând adecvat asigurări, facilități, datele cu caracter a site-urilor, siguranța și analiza, mediul, impact, studiu, verificarea și validarea, raportarea pentru facilități, dezvoltarea și implementarea de ANDR, sistem inclusiv integrarea soluțiilor IT în a susține cunoștințe management în DFDSMA și DGR.
So in order to be able to implement these two main important projects, mainly the near surface disposal facility and the deep geological repository, we are aware that it's important to accumulate and to maintain knowledge, also to be able to transfer knowledge from the senior generation to the young generation. This is also an important challenge that we are dealing with. And also to maintain appropriate records of all the documentation, and of course adequate IT platform within our agency.
Planificarea resurselor umane. O provocare, o problemă, la asigurarea un număr de experți, la acoperirea pentru tot ceea ce înseamnă deșeuri radioactive, managementul deșeurilor radioactive. Acum, soluții sunt mereu. Toți actorii trebuie să contribuie la creșterea activității nucleare prin educație publică, prin variate demonstrații activității. De ce? În declin demografic, tendința elevilor de a învăța această meserie, lipsa profesorilor în domeniul de specialitate. Cum? Ar trebui prevăzute prelegeri speciale la școlile secundare și tehnice și școlile de vară populare. Ar trebui organizate în care elevii să fie învățați detaliați informații despre operațiuni.
We recognize that it's a challenge to ensure the adequate number of experts to cover all the fields in radioactive waste management. And of course, the problems are many, dealing with, declining of demographic trend, declining of pupils or students' interest in this area, or lack of teachers in the demanded fields, and most probably lack of collaboration instruments between schools, between universities and companies. So, of course, there are many reasons, but we should always focus on solutions. And I think that all of us must contribute to attracting the nuclear attractivity, to increasing the nuclear attractivity at the national level, by education of the public and of the students through various demonstration activities. And of course, special focus should be put on training programs, on summer schools, on all kinds of collaboration activities with students, in order that companies, in order that the government be able to provide to the students all the relevant detailed information related to operation of MPP or to operation of a repository.
Planificarea resurselor umane. ANDR împreună cu NEA și Universitatea din Pitești au făcut un mentorat pentru fetele tinere din diferitele licee din județul Argeș și Kozlodui, în Brașov, în iulie 2022. Un eveniment de mentorat ulterior a avut loc în iulie 2023 în Japonia. ANDR intenționează să înființeze un portal de cariere unde posturile vacante și informațiile ca să informeze elevii și absolvenții prin publicitatea lor.
We are proud to mention that the collaboration between Romania and the Nuclear Energy Agency is a continuous one and an excellent one. And we only want to provide you with some examples of such collaboration. For instance, last year it was organized in Romania, in Brașov, with the support of the University of Pitești, and we are thankful here to Mr. Kirleșan, and also with the support of Nuclear Energy Agency, DG Megud, a mentoring event that was aiming to attract the young girls, in order to encourage them to follow a STEM-related career. I think this is a very important step towards our common goal in order to develop this domain. Also, a follow-up of this event was organized in Japan, where part of the Romanian young girls participated in a follow-up event during the summer of this year. Also, we plan to establish a career portal with all the job vacancies at the national level to be disseminated for the students or for the young graduates.
Strategia națională pentru dezvoltarea activității nucleare în România. Guvernul României și ANDR se află în prezent în proces de actualizare a strategiei naționale pentru dezvoltarea sectorului nuclear în România. Asta se va face așa: completarea, construirea de unității 3 și 4 din Cernavodă, recondiționarea unității 1 și 2 din Cernavodă, licențiere, construcție, punere în funcțiune și funcționare a depozitului de fedezma de suprafață, licențiere, construire, punere în funcțiune și funcționare a depozitului geologic, licențiere, construcție pentru instalație de eliminare a tritiului, licențiere, construire de SMR folosind tehnologia nu scale, licențiere, construcție și experimentarea instalații pentru Alfred, conducere, răcire, reactor. Licențiere Alfred, construcție, el este demonstrativ.
One of the other responsibility of the Nuclear Agency and for Radioactive Waste is the reviewing and the updating of the national strategy for the development of the national sector, of the nuclear sector in Romania. And this is an ongoing activity. According with the updated national strategy, here are the most important objectives, investment objectives in Romania, which are the completion of Units 3 and 4 of Cernavodă MPP, the refurbishment of Cernavodă Unit 1 and 2, licensing and construction of the two repositories, the near surface one and the deep geological repository, also the licensing of the tritium removal facility, licensing construction of the SMR, and of course the Alfred facility. So all these objectives require new human resources in addition to the expertise one that we have. And we think that everything needs to be in an approach matter. I mean, it's like a puzzle.
Este necesar să pregătească pentru disponibilitate un număr suficient de profesioniști, inclusiv disponibilitatea de cele necesare livrării lanțuri pentru toate fazele combustibilului nuclear, ciclului combustibilului în viitor.
So a sufficient number of specialists should be available in order to cover and to be able to implement our projects.
Orice soluție ANDR propune a stabili un grup de resurse umane pentru energia nucleară, pentru dezvoltarea energiei nucleare. Sarcinile de care sunt pregătirea măsurilor pentru a asigura o gamă suficientă de competențe profesionale pentru viitorul program nuclear în România, la susține și implementare, respectiv măsuri, la asigurarea, coordonarea între toate părțile interesate implicate. Resursele umane să fie formate din reprezentanții Ministerului Educației, Universități, Ministerul Energiei, Camera de Comerț, Romatom, regiuni potențial afectate și alte asociații de angajatori din sectorul energiei.
Because at this event, I saw that many of you comes with needs. We all know our needs. We all know our knowledge, but we want to come also with proposals. This is our proposal. Of course, it can be improved, but how about to establish a working group on human resources for nuclear energy development? And these are the tasks of this working group, mainly to ensure the preparation of measures, to have a sufficient range of professional competencies for the future nuclear program, also to support the implementation of the various respective measures, and also to ensure coordination between the dedicated stakeholders. And why not, in order to be able to have successful meetings and successful outputs, to be able to gather the representatives from all the ministries, from all the relevant ministries, including education, the universities, to whom we should thank today, because this is the first and the foremost event of that sort. And of course, everybody, regulatory bodies, so all the relevant stakeholders should be part of this working group in order to have a very comprehensive approach for our projects.
Concluzii. Guvernul României. Angajament pe termen lung pentru energia nucleară. România să dezvolte o infrastructură națională pentru implementarea managementului și supraveghere de proiecte de putere nucleară și activități asociate. Puterea nucleară este parte de politica energetică promovată de Guvernul României pentru dezvoltarea energiei nucleare ca parte a politicii europene, luând în considerare dezvoltarea durabilă, livrarea energiei, securitate, competitivitate.
As a conclusion, the Romanian government supports the development of nuclear energy in Romania, and I think that this is the right moment to proceed, to move forward, and to be sure that the future of this energy lies in our hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we have a suggestion on the board, right? Looking at workforce on human resources for nuclear energy development. And thank you for your words on management plan for the back end of the fuel cycle, both on the financial side and on the geological side as well. Next up, we have Mr. Chua Ikru, who is the president for the National Commission for Nuclear Activities Control.
Thank you and good afternoon, everybody. We have prepared a short presentation about our organization. Let me see, where is this? Here. Okay. Although most of the information that are in this presentation has been already provided by our previous speakers, I think it was mentioned some other aspects with regard to our activities in the nuclear field. Most of you already know what is National Commission for Nuclear Activities Control, in short CNECAN. Is the Romanian regulator in Romania, is the Romanian regulator which is responsible with
with licensing, regulation, and control of nuclear activities. We are also in charge with performing evaluation, inspection, and enforcement for all licensed activities in Romania, and we have to take care of the framework in order to make sure that the nuclear activities in Romania will be safely deployed. As it was mentioned in the previous presentation, we are under the Romanian government, coordinated by the General Secretariat of the government, completely independent from all those ministries which are involved in promotion and use of nuclear energy or radioactive material for industrial or medical purposes. In Romania, there are two important laws which govern the nuclear activities. It is the law number 111 for safe deployment, regulation, and licensing, as well as control of nuclear activities. We have another law which is related to civil liability, and we managed to develop in 2014 a national strategy for nuclear safety and security that will help support the further improvement of nuclear safety and security in Romania and the nuclear power sector in general. Our regulatory framework is fully in line with the international practices. We have endorsed and adopted all the European directives, and we are also in line with all safety convention and treaties for which Romania is part of. The organizational structure in this moment consists of 3 technical units. One is dealing with nuclear fuel cycle. It is the biggest one in Cenecan, and it is in charge with licensing of all nuclear activities involving uranium mining, nuclear fuel factory, construction and operation of nuclear fuel plants, operation of research reactors, management of radioactive waste, decommissioning, licensing of nuclear operators, and so on. All other 2 divisions, technical divisions, are in charge with licensing and control for use of ionizing radiation for medical and industrial purposes. Currently, we have 200 positions. We managed this year to change the law and increase the number of staff from 170 to 200 in order to be able to cope with the new challenges in the nuclear power sector. As we heard, there is a plan to expand the nuclear power sector in Romania with 2 new units in Cernavodă site with small modular reactors. They also want to refurbish Cernavodă MPP Unit 1 and also to construct a tritium removal facility. All these new activities are actually a challenge for us, since without Cenecan nothing will work. In accordance with the law, we are responsible for issuing license and also for providing adequate regulatory framework and perform regulatory oversight over a wide range of technical areas. We are speaking here about nuclear safety, radiation protection, quality management system, nuclear safeguards, physical protection, transport of nuclear and radioactive materials. We are also part of the national system for emergency preparedness and response. We are auditing the manufacturing companies and also the service suppliers for nuclear installations. Apart from those 2 laws that you saw, we have a full set of regulations that are meant to support the implementation of the law. Currently, our regulatory oversight cover Cernavodă MPP, Triga Research Reactor, and all other facilities, heavy water plant, although it's no longer producing in this month, but there are plans to reopen this factory. We are regulating the transport, as mentioned, of nuclear and radioactive materials, and also we are involved in licensing of manufacturers of components for nuclear reactors. These are not easy tasks. It requires a lot of human resources with many or various technical expertise in all those areas, and we are counting on university to provide us
university graduates that would like to join us in order to be able to fulfill our responsibilities and to really support the development of the nuclear power program in Romania. In addition to that, on the radioactive sources and installation, we have many users, around 9,000 users of ionizing radiation for several purposes, for medical and industrial purposes. And I'm glad that there are some universities here in Romania able to provide us some colleagues, future colleagues, and we are speaking here about university in Cluj, for instance, and even in Iași and Constanța. And we hope that some of the university graduates will join us in the near future in order to be able to also fulfill our responsibilities in this area. Since we know that in our national plan for reconciliation, I don't know how, PNR, Planul de Redresare, okay, contains a lot of activities that will further support the development, sorry? Recovery and Resilience National Plan contains several actions that will further support the development of the medical sectors, and all these equipments that will be procured in this plant have to be authorized by us, and not just the equipment, but also the operators. So there will be a lot of effort from our side in order to support the implementation of this plan in the medical sector. As it was mentioned in the previous presentation, we have new challenges, new projects which are going to be implemented in the near future. And we speak here about the refurbishment of Unit 1, which is not a fully construction of Unit 1, but contains a lot of construction works, commissioning activities, and for this, additional requirements are needed since our organization in this moment was sized for current operational activities. In addition to that, we have to be able to license the tritium removal facility in all stages, starting with siting, construction, commissioning, and operation. And also we have to license the construction of Units 3 and 4 of the small modular reactors and to continue our licensing process for Alfred project. Therefore, we really need, as the nuclear industry, additional human resources to be able to deploy our responsibilities in accordance with the nuclear law. If we look in the nuclear law, we also have to have human and financial resources available in order to fulfill our mandate. And we think that with the new changes in the law that has been approved by the Parliament in July this year, the financial resources will be sufficient. The remaining task will be to provide sufficient human resources in order to be able to fulfill our mandate. From those 200 positions, about 140 are technical positions, and these must be occupied by technical qualified personnel. Currently, about 50% of these positions are occupied, and we hope that with the support of universities, the remaining will be occupied by the end of next year. The technical expertise of our staff covers a wide range of technology, and here we have just a small list of the skills and skills and science and technology that a university graduate should have. So we are counting on universities to provide basic science and technology, and for the remaining necessary skills like the specialized science and technology mentioned on the right-hand side, additional training courses and training program will be implemented during the postgraduate studies or during the on-the-job trainings that will be performed in our organization. All these technical areas
from what I heard, could be covered by our university, including earth science and geology and seismology, although it was not mentioned here by any university. But we know that Romania is able to produce such experts, and we really need it in order to be able to assess the suitability of the design of any nuclear installations against external events that such nuclear installations have to be designed. Similarly, for the radiation facilities and activities, and the university already presenting their curricula are able to provide specialists in this area, and later on will be further qualified to cover other aspects related to specialized area in the field. My colleagues here from ANDR already proposed similar activities, and also colleagues from university proposed similar activities that will support human factor development in the nuclear industry. It's been already discussed by adopting the training curriculum to support the development of new generation of experts. Also, to provide training opportunities to our students through technical visit to the existing nuclear installations, and here we have as example Cernavoda, MPP, Trigger Research Reactor, Nuclear Fuel Plant, and many others, like even if in HH, it is a good center for training and qualification in radiation protection area and in nuclear physics, and they should be also part of this list of facilities that should be included in the training program of our students. In addition to that, in order to secure a minimum number of students, I think conventions should be signed with the technical university in order to be able to award private scholarships for the third and the fourth year students. In the past, it was used to do that, and in this case, at least Cernavoda MPP benefited from a minimum number of graduates that were hired directly in their organization. From the feedback that we got from the students that we recently hired in our organization, the laboratories in the university are no longer those that were 30 years ago when I was a student. So I think we have to set up projects for bring back to the old school in terms of practical exercises and practical activities. So the university should be backfitted again with workshops, laboratories, simulators, and luckily we have a simulator for small modular reactors. New computational codes should be available for the students to be used during the several master's classes, and also in the laboratory there should be equipment and components similar to those in the nuclear installations. In the past there were, at least for the electrical components, the relays and the breakers were there. I guess all those relays and breakers are already obsolete since those. And new equipment should be brought there and used by the students in the laboratory to see how theory is put in practice. On our side, as it was mentioned, we are now redesigning our organization in order to fulfill the roles and responsibilities for the new challenges that are coming in the nuclear field. Our colleagues could be either from university directly or engineers from other industry who wants to join nuclear. We are making a continuous effort to provide state-of-the-art tools for our staff. We hope that we will succeed to increase the salary to a level that will be sufficient for making the organization attractive for the university graduates and for the our fellow specialists from all other industries. And as it was mentioned in the previous presentation, we also consider that we need to intensify the training activities for our staff here in the nuclear areas and to set up a working group. The working group that should be composed from representatives from governmental bodies with the responsibilities in nuclear field, from universities, and from nuclear industry representatives. And probably, I hope that by the end of tomorrow we will be able to draft an action plan that will effectively support the human resource development plan for nuclear power program in Romania. In the meantime, we are welcoming everybody to join our organization, and we ensure that working with us will give you a fully professional satisfaction. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you once again. Looking at regulatory management, a key component to the nuclear enterprise and the call for human and financial resources, as well as a call for lifelong learning and experiences as one starts and continues one's career. Thank you so much. Our fourth speaker is not here, so we're going to jump to our fifth. This speaker, his name is Mr. Arthur. He's a Senior Director, Nuclear Stream Supply System Engineering for NuScale Power.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm going to jump right in. First, a little bit for those of you who don't know much about our company. We're the first and only small modular reactor designed to receive design certification from the US NRC. We have spent, since our founding in 2007, over $1.6 billion in developing the technology. We have a little over 550 employees and 680 patents granted or pending in almost 20 different countries. Our technology is tested, validated, and ready for commercial deployment. NuScale's technology is premised on well-established nuclear technology principles and builds on over 60 years of light water reactor technology, which is used today by more than 400 nuclear power plants around the world. We have conducted testing, prototypical demonstrations, and manufacturing trials on essentially all of the primary system, first-of-a-kind equipment. For those of you who are not familiar with our technology, the NuScale power module, shown in the upper left-hand corner of the slide, is the heart of the power plant, and that is the NSSS, the Nuclear Steam Supply System. Each of the NPMs is factory fabricated, and it's an integral PWR, so the steam generator, pressurizer, reactor pressure vessel are in one package inside a compact steel containment vessel that are factory fabricated, as I said, and shipped to the site. Each of them is connected to a dedicated steam turbine, generating 77 megawatts electric. Core principles of our design include simplicity, in that we've eliminated a lot of systems that are present in a traditional PWR, and safety. Modularity and scalability are also core tenets of our philosophy, allowing customers to scale the size of their plant consistent with their needs. So the image you see in the top middle of this slide is a Voyager 12 plant, which should have 12 reactors. The plans for RoPower here in Romania is for a 6-module plant. And so we have that flexibility to provide what the customers need. As I mentioned on a previous slide, safety is our primary concern, and we've got some first-of-a-kind safety features in our design. The NuScale design can shut down and remain safe and shut down without any operator or control system actions, AC or DC power, or any additional water brought into the site. In addition, we have a methodology approved with the US NRC that allows us to establish the emergency planning zone in the US at the site boundary, as opposed to the 10-mile radius currently required. Forging for the very first NuScale power modules are being produced today. This image is showing one of the first ingots being poured by one of our manufacturing partners in South Korea, Doosan. This first NPM is for our first customer in the US, planning to build in the state of Idaho. Several presentations today have talked about this, so I won't spend too much time here. And I think that's a fairly old picture. The minister this morning, when he said he visited the site, I bet it looked different than that. It's flat now. Yeah. We need a new picture for our presentations. So the first phase of FEED, or front-end engineering and design, is in the process of completing right now. And Laura coached me to say we're targeting the end of this month to start FEED phase 2.
We are working together.
Yes. And then also, as was mentioned, Chenican approved the licensing basis document just in August, your slide said. So. There's also been a lot of talk today about our simulators, our E2 centers. So this is our 12-unit control room simulator in our home office in Corvallis, Oregon. These E2 centers offer an innovative learning experience that offers visitors an exciting hands-on opportunity to apply nuclear science and engineering principles through simulated real-world nuclear power plant operation scenarios. We utilize state-of-the-art computer modeling that allows visitors to take on the role of a control room operator and learn about the groundbreaking features and functionality of our technology. We currently have 4 NuScale power plant control room simulators at universities in the United States, in addition to the 12-unit plant, or 12-unit simulator shown here. We have one at Oregon State University, Texas A&M, Idaho State, and the University of Idaho. And I understand NC State wants one as well. In Romania, with the support of the first program, a NuScale SMR simulator was installed at the University in Bucharest to support workforce capacity building of Romania's next generation of nuclear experts, technologists, and operators. With the simulator now operating, Romania is not only on track to become one of the first countries to develop advanced SMR technology, but also solidifying itself as an educational hub for preparing operators of the future. All nuclear power plant designs require a permanent staff of individuals with the education and training necessary to operate and maintain the facility over the life of the plant. Regardless of the plant's technology, there are several essential elements of education and training needed for this workforce. However, utilizing the E2 Center provides a significant theory to practice advantage in this effort. For example, the generic fundamentals of plant components, thermodynamics, and reactor theory are typically taught in a classroom setting. The E2 Center can be incorporated into lessons to reinforce the concepts associated with these areas, as well as demonstrate their practical application. After all, nothing reinforces learning like performing tasks that utilize the knowledge. And because the tasks are performed using the actual plant design and real operating procedures, the students are learning the details of the plant systems at the same time as critically important concepts like procedure, use, and adherence. Another significant advantage the E2 Center provides is that over the duration of the courses, the students are exposed to integrated plant operations, an element that is notoriously difficult to teach in a classroom environment. The knowledge gained in this area directly feeds into strong operational decision-making and abnormal and emergency response decision-making. The plants will also require individuals trained in maintenance and technical specialties with opportunities for cross-discipline training. Modern nuclear power plants rely heavily on digital instrumentation and controls, with the need for technicians to conduct routine maintenance, testing, and repairs. And the demand for welders that meet the high standards required for nuclear construction and repair activities continue into plant operation. Because of the settings associated with these activities, the workforce must be knowledgeable of associated radiological controls and methods of performing their tasks while complying with those controls. And this is the type of cross-training that can be used to supplement the plant's normal radiation protection staff during planned evolutions like refueling outages. The last area to discuss is how programs like these can be developed, implemented, and maintained through partnerships, as we've heard a lot about today, partnerships and collaboration. This institution is ingrained in the community, all of your institutions are ingrained in the community and have the education experts needed to provide the foundational training. While the plant owners have a vested interest in the ability of the programs to develop a workforce with the knowledge and skills needed to support their facilities. As such, a relationship between the two in which plants provide support for curriculum review, committees, and internships for the students is natural. NuScale, with its Institute of Nuclear Power Operations Accredited Training Program service, can assist with curriculum identification and development, E2 Center integration into that curriculum, and materials updates and maintenance. A partnership involving all three entities will result in efficient and effective programs that provide the local community with the training needed for rewarding job opportunities and a stable pipeline of well-trained, knowledgeable personnel to staff the power plants. That's it for me.
This is very exciting, right? The actual deployment and then the training and educational piece of it, right? That will be developed at various, or in cooperation with various schools for the training of the next generation of nuclear engineers in whatever capacity we see them in. Thank you. Can I have all members back up here, all presenters for this session? Come on. We're going to take about 10 minutes for a Q&A, and then we're going to stretch our legs, and I understand that there's some refreshments outside that door. So we are going to have you pepper them with questions and or comments. Oh, right off the bat. Thank you.
My name is I'm retired, but I was in the team who commissioned TRIGA reactor, the first American research reactor. And I have a big issue because I was at Polytechnica University and I've seen the simulator, and the question for me, the big question was, we are SI units experience, and the simulator has all BU units. I had the same problem when I commissioned my reactor. For instance, the temperature of coolant was 37 degrees, which means 100 Fahrenheit. And this can Celsius. So, because this is a big issue, the temperature, because you are used to Celsius, you see 1,000 degrees Celsius, and you see maybe 2,000 Fahrenheit, and you get scared. So that should be a problem, and I suggest, this is my idea, to change all, because gallons per minute doesn't mean anything for me, which I'm kilograms per second, and so on. And also, I have a question. What time is to commission a unit for SMR? What is the period? Okay, thank you.
So you make a great suggestion, so we're going to do that. It'll all be in SI units. Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to talk about the timeline?
No, as regards the timeline, as Minister Burduja mentioned, so we are targeting 2029, 2030 the latest, so that's the, you know, the...
For all the...
yes, but of course we are doing efforts in...
I was interested for one unit, because it's modular and...
Okay, so the latest 2029. Again, it might happen earlier, as you've mentioned in the my colleague mentioned in the presentation. You know, we are currently finalizing FEED phase 1. We are also preparing for FEED phase 2, so we have the financing. It's also Cenecan has supported us in
So the same time for the third,
for unit 3, almost, yes, almost there. So again, the energy sector in Romania needs it, so, and we will do it. Okay, we'll see. Okay, so that's the timeline, you know. Yes.
You have to understand, because we're used with SI units and...
Yeah.
And I have this, I was a young guy, 25.
I have the same issue in the opposite direction.
Okay, right. But Canada, your neighbor,
yeah,
changed to SI units.
Yeah, they say the U.S. is moving to the metric system an inch at a time.
Any other questions or comments? If not, oh, I can't see your hand like that. Straight up, right?
Instead of changing the Fahrenheit to Celsius, isn't it better to add both of them? You know, maybe you have some colleagues from all over the city to come and study here or train here, and like that they can also see the differences between the
Yeah, I know for our engineering deliverables that we're developing, the plan is to include dual units to show both. When you're talking about the control room screens, I think the plan is SI, strictly SI. But for the design documentation, it will be dual.
But it's available and vice versa for us. Sorry? It's available for us, vice versa. From time to time, we should move our brain to British American units as well.
From what I know with Celsius and Fahrenheit, 0 Celsius equals 0 Fahrenheit. That's all I know.
You remind me some good old times when Andre and Gabi were my students. One of the very first questions in the seminaries we had together was how you convert temperature from Celsius to Fahrenheit. You know the formula? We'll see in September.
Let us thank our panel of stakeholders. Once again, thank you so much. And we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we will be back at 4:20. Well, 4:20, I've added plus or minus 2. So 4:20.
Hey, Lisa, how do I... Okay, great. Perfect. Yeah, okay. So it's a pleasure for me to be here and try and give you a little bit of insight into what we've been trying to do in the UK. And I'll say I've been sitting here and listening, and I think, you know, I had a bit of deja vu. We were considering the same types of things a number of years ago. I think you'll see that. And obviously my talk was prepared before I heard the conversations today. So let me explain my role. I'm chair of what's called the Cambridge Nuclear Energy Centre, and that role is a little bit like the situation we have now. So there's no real... Nuclear is not in any particular department, although it's quite heavy in our engineering department, but it's in lots of different departments. And so I have to try and coordinate research and teaching across the university in different departments. So that's a little bit about, you know, a microcosm of what you're trying to do in Romania. What I thought I'd do is just give you a very brief talk. I'm not going to talk for a long time. Just talk about the situation in the UK, because it is different from the situation here in Romania. So a historical view, sort of a glance at the education that was going on in those days, then how UK nuclear policy is developed and the training and educational response, and then some of the sort of national initiatives that we've initiated in the UK, and just very parochially, just something where in our own university we've come up with a sort of how we tackled the problem of developing new nuclear courses. So I hope you find this interesting and relevant to what we've been discussing. But anyway, first thing is to discuss the UK's nuclear history. Okay, so we were one of the first nations to have nuclear power generation. Maybe some Russians from Obninsk who might object to the first nuclear reactor connected to the electrical grid, but anyway, we did it in 1956. And we have a long-standing situation of substantial electricity generation, so at almost 30% at its height. We built 26 Magnox reactors, so these are uranium metal reactors, which are gas-cooled, and then we built the high-temperature or advanced gas-cooled reactors, but we built 14 of those, and the last ones were built in about 1988. We did subsequently build a PWR, so we have one PWR running at the moment in Sizewell, which is a sort of modified Westinghouse design. We also undertook a lot of nuclear sort of development work. So we had a demonstration fast reactor in the north of Scotland, and even had a prototype fast reactor, so sodium fast reactor, connected to the grid in 1975 for a year or so. We also undertook nuclear reprocessing operations at the facility up in Sellafield in the northwest of England, and was able to process about 500 tons of nuclear fuel per year, producing plutonium. That is not the headline rate of reprocessing. It's substantially higher than that. It never really got up. It was only about 40% of the headline rate. So quite a history in nuclear energy. And basically the personnel for that all came from the UK's scientific civil service. So people entered into a very large scientific civil service, which was the UK Atomic Energy Authority, or it might even have been, eventually became the Central Electricity Generating Board, which took over the building of the AGR reactors. And so a lot of the education was done hands-on, learning by doing, building reactors, building different types of reactors. And so it's a very different situation to the one we have at the moment. So we all know various things happened in the 1980s, caused governments to get a little bit wary about continuing with building nuclear reactors. So as I said, we had one PWR in Sizewell. we had another one at Hinkley Point C with planning permission, but that was then cancelled. And in fact, then there was also a discovery of North Sea gas in the UK and an appetite by the government for the privatisation of the energy sector. And so what happened was all of these sort of national laboratory type organisations, most of us were closed down, and the government tried to privatise the nuclear industry by creating British Nuclear Fuels and basically closing down most of the UK Atomic Energy Authority. So closing down almost all the fission aspects of that and just leaving the fusion. And then in the early 2000s, they created the Nuclear Decommissioning Authority and reoriented the way that the UK operated in the nuclear space was basically to take down the reactors as they came offline. So that's a situation where it's quite a difficult situation, a real, very rapid loss of investment in nuclear human capital and in infrastructure. But then in the early 2000s, sorry, the mid-2000s, there was a sort of recommitment to nuclear energy. And at the moment, we've now got a target of about 24 gigawatts of nuclear electricity. So that's about 3 times what we have installed at the moment, or operating at the moment. But of course, what we've done is we've sort of run down everything, and we need to recreate a lot of these nuclear technology and skills, which we were sort of, at least, you know, maybe not the leading, not world leading, but at least world class. And one of the things that happened was that there was a decision made by the UK Parliament. It was announced that they were going to make a decision, and a number of people travelled down to Parliament, especially a lot of people from the very north of England, so it's quite a long journey, it takes 6 hours to drive down. And when they got to Parliament and listened to the minister's announcement, he said, we're going to keep the nuclear option open. And that was the policy. There wasn't anything else other than those 4 words. And there was a lot of people feeling quite downhearted about that, because we thought that it was time to reinvigorate the nuclear effort in the UK. And just to illustrate the sort of dramatic change in funding, this is a graph that's published by the ministry in the UK of research and development funding for nuclear fission research. And you can see it really starts to flatline, and then just about 2005 or so, you've got to look very closely, but it starts to pick up a little bit. And at that point was when, well, that just happened just after a group of UK academics just got together. We were in a bit of a situation like possibly you are now. We were quite disjointed. We were applying for grants on our own, competing against each other for a small pot of money. And so what we decided to do was actually work together and submit a research proposal where would be a nuclear research consortium, or several nuclear research consortia, but not competing with each other, but carving out various areas like nuclear waste disposal, new reactors, and various different aspects of nuclear research, and go together to the government. So we even created what's called a champion, so one person who sort of spoke for the group, and then approached the government, and that made it a lot easier for the government to deal with us in that situation. And so one of the things that we started as part of that group, and we had a grant for that, so I don't know if your research organisations do this, but you can get in the UK what's called a network grant, which will pay for people to come together and pay for the cost of a meeting, hire a venue, have meetings, pay for people to attend. And basically we created this thing called the UK Nuclear Academics Meeting. And this is the first one, which is it's 11 years ago. So we just had the one, it's every September, about the same time. We just had the one, it was in London about a month ago. And basically what our mission was for this nuclear academics meeting was to coordinate research and training, align what we're trying to do with the governments and the Research Council and international needs, okay, to look at the broader picture than just our country, because we're not a huge country. And this was originally grant funded through a network grant, but now it's completely self-sustaining, and we have over 100 people attending this every year, and sort of going through the same process, trying to, we have now established the tradition that we have government officials from the ministry and research councils attending, people from industry, and that we can sort of do this sort of community lobbying for funds and also to build consortia, so maybe work with some slightly different people, but work together to produce something which is credible and the government sees it as a credible investment, not some academics just going off on their own path. And so I don't think there's I took this just from the website, but there's a whole list here of funded research proposals which came out of this sort of initial initiative. So that sort of shows you what you can do if you sort of work together, I guess. And the other thing that came out of this was that we decided that we would not only do our research together, but we might do our training together as well. And so this concept of doctoral training centres, but incorporating groups of universities, so mainly the top ones, there's 3 different sort of generations of doctoral training centre there. So these are just groups of universities who will pool their resources in terms of teaching a 4-year PhD programme. So you have a master's level, but in fact, we started off examining people after the first year and giving them a master's. We stopped that because one of the things that is sort of special about this programme is that we got 50% of the funding to come from the government. And then we could take that 50% half studentship and present it to Nuclear Electrica, say, would you be interested in funding in a PhD which looks at this subject? We've got half the money, you put the other half of the money in. It's a very good way to make connections. If you're going as an academic with your hands empty, it's quite different than if you've got something to offer the industry. And so we have each of these nuclear doctoral training centres. So there's a southern group, which is Imperial College, Cambridge, Open University, Bristol and Bangor. We have about 22 or 23 different industrial partners who are funding PhDs in that system. And then there's this idea, and I think a lot of people have mentioned this already, as you know, we'd like to get students from different universities together, get them talking to each other. The whole idea is that these students will be taught, or they'll do their PhD in cohorts of 50 to 20 in each training centre, and they'll also undertake this cohort activities. So there are 2 at any one time, well, actually there's 4 at any one time doctoral training centres running. There's also a fusion version of this. So in total, using this model, we have about 100 or so PhD starts. That's for UK citizens. Unfortunately, that's much more restrictive than it used to be after the vote in 2016, which obviously we're all, as academics, we're very distraught about that. There's about 25 to 30 overseas students who also participate in this, but it's a very expensive undertaking for an overseas student. So cohort activities, the sorts of things that we ask the students to do. One is that we put them on a public engagement course. So we make them do some training so that they know how to talk to people in the general public with a lower level of education than themselves, maybe, but also to children, how to talk to children, and then how to talk to children and their parents, because very often when we have these engagement events, which we hold quite a few during the year, and we get thousands of people come to these events, right? So we put a counter on the door at the Cambridge Science Festival. We had over 1,000 people came in and talked to our students, right? And same at Imperial College in London, similar numbers. But this public engagement is also good. We send the students out into schools. So some of my students also go, so high school, but some even go to primary school. They go for 1 hour a week, or sorry, 1 afternoon a week for 6 weeks. Like there's a science afternoon. They come in, give the lessons. Talk maybe about energy, but include nuclear energy in that discussion. Then we make them do media training, so that if they ever talk to the press, they don't embarrass themselves or the industry, and that they come over in a good way and help to sort of promote nuclear energy. The other one, which is this is very popular with the students, it's sort of, I don't know what we call it, it's sort of incident training. But It's how to deal with some unexpected incident. So it's a role-playing game, and so the idea would be, I don't know, a radioactive source has gone missing in the centre of London. What do? Prime Minister calls you to the COBRA, that's the Cabinet Office Briefing Room A, that's where all the crisis meetings are held in the British government, and he says, what are you going to do about it? So they do this role-playing, and we have several people who are chief scientific advisors to the UK government who play the role of the Prime Minister because they know, because they've been in that seat. So I think that's quite a nice thing for them to do. Now, the other thing, so I think we have created something that is attractive to students. The other thing is I didn't mention the visits. So we do have visits, and we used to come to Pitești, ICN, to work on the research reactor of the students. We go to Mol, take them down 250 meters down into the underground lab. In their final year, they go to Idaho and Oak Ridge, which is a very popular trip, to see the national laboratories there and to see the historic reactors, EBR-1 and so forth. And we also have visits to facilities closer to home, fuel factories and reactor sites. So there's this sort of there's three pillars. It's really attracting students, getting the right staff, and also having the right research facilities that they can undertake interesting research. So that we've managed to lobby for about £50 million over about 10 years to create what's called national nuclear user facilities. So this has put very state-of-the-art analytical equipment, which is nuclearized, so electron microscopes that you can put nuclear material into, a fib, which you can use to cut out very small pieces of irradiated steels, for example, to examine them under an electron microscope. Those are housed in the sort of national facilities of the National Nuclear Lab, but then the small samples can go out to the universities where they've got these facilities. And of course, students in all the different doctoral training centres can have access, and it's basically free access to use the equipment, just travel expenses, and that money comes from their own doctoral training centre. So that's quite a good model of integrating the nuclear effort in the country, especially amongst the PhD students. And just to say a little bit about what the provision of taught courses are in the UK, it's actually, I think, quite low, really, considering the former position of the UK in terms of its nuclear expertise. But basically, when all that funding went away, all of the reason for having courses went away as well. So there's no explicit nuclear engineering department in the UK, although many of the universities offer third and fourth year options. So you can do engineering and specialise in nuclear engineering, but you don't have a degree in nuclear engineering. So we don't have any data really on that. It's hard to get that data because it's not categorised in that way. We do have master's courses, and we have one master's course which has been running for a very long time. That's the Physics and Technology of Nuclear Reactors at Birmingham. And they have other more recent master's courses, but some of those are focused on nuclear medicine and decommissioning. And typically, we've got about 200 students per year in these master's courses, but we haven't actually seen a massive increase in the uptake of those courses at the moment. And in fact, Imperial College closed their masters about 5 years ago. One of the issues may be that some of the demand for the masters as a feeder into a PhD is now subsumed into these centres for doctoral training. That's sort of situation in UK master's courses. I just want to talk a little bit parochially about the one in Cambridge and just tell you how we established the one in Cambridge, which we started taking students in 2011, but we started to create the course in 2009. The first thing we do, I need to explain to you, is in Cambridge, we never get instructions from the top very often. Everything has to come bottom up, right? We have to do everything ourselves. It's somewhat entrepreneurial in the way that you do these things. So we went to various UK and European companies and raised about £80,000. And the reason we did that was to also get them to commit to pay. So there was probably about 8 companies all paying about £10,000 a year. Get them to commit to pay £10,000 a year for 5 years. We then hired a course director who was from the nuclear industry. Okay, so the plan was this course director was going to set up the course, because a lot of us, we're full-time academics, and to set up a course is a huge amount of work. So we actually hired Tony Ralston, who used to be the CEO of Rolls-Royce Nuclear. That's the marine propulsion part of Rolls-Royce, but he knew the industry extremely well. He knew industry needs very well, and he knew lots of people. So he also helped us do this fundraising that we did in 2009, 2010. In 2011, we got the first cohort recruited, and then in 2013, we hired a full-time young course director. So Tony stepped back, and that course director now is a full professor at Cambridge University, and so we've actually increased our faculty, which is very difficult to do, by sort of going through this process. We've just hired a second, now he's a full professor, we've got permission to, and we've hired a second course director, and we're sort of going down that road. What that does for you is bring in people who have the status to hold grants, so you bring in more money into the nuclear program doing that. So far we've had about 180 graduates from the master's program, and quite a number of those feed into PhDs. A few have quite significant positions in industry. So we have one person who's sitting on the physics board of Rolls-Royce already, even sort of like only a few years after completing his PhD. Someone who's the curator of the Answers software code, which is basically a suite of British nuclear software codes, just after similar amount of time from doing a PhD. And I should say the guy we've hired as the course director is actually a very strong candidate for a faculty position, and that's his route into getting a full-time faculty position. So that's how we started the MPhil Nuclear Energy. And I would say that we had 3 full fees bursaries for UK students. So fees are actually quite expensive in the UK, about £9,000, so that's a reasonable incentive for someone to take that. I'll just show you some of the slight differences. So this is not a nuclear engineering master's, it's a nuclear energy master's. So on the bottom here, we've got some module topics that you might expect. Got nuclear technology policy. So this is slightly different. We have people teaching that who are from the Judge Business School, and from what's called the Electric Policy Research Group, is in our economics department, and sort of joint positions in the Judge Business School. They understand how electricity markets work and how nuclear fits into electricity markets, and that's quite an interesting aspect of the course that people like. You take these modules, you can also take some electives. So we have Institute for Manufacturing, people take a lot of some electives in that one. So they give the students a bit of freedom, and then there are these core modules that they've got to do, plus a project. And the other thing I would say is that by doing this development of the syllabus in this way, in a master's program, which I think someone mentioned earlier, is much easier to do than a full degree program, there's also been some synergies, because we've actually been able to, so there was a course, Nuclear Power Engineering, we've moved that into the 3rd year, and then we've put 3 courses which we've developed for the master's program in reactor engineering, advanced fission and fusion systems, nuclear materials, which is in the materials science department. All these are things which we now offer to undergraduates, so they have some specialism in nuclear materials or nuclear engineering beyond just the one module which they had previously. So there's some nice synergies there. If you start a master's program, you can sort of use those courses in other in the undergraduate course, at the end of the undergraduate course. So I think that's me finished. I hope that was appropriate for you, and maybe you've got some thoughts about how you can maybe incorporate some of those ideas.
Thank you, Ian. A long tradition, and still a work in progress, right? We're constantly molding the programs that we do have, and new partnerships and new experiences for our students to attract into the field. I am the next speaker. So I'll introduce myself. And I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on at North Carolina State University and some of the partnerships, old established and new ones that we are setting up. A little bit about me. I joined the industry in 2001, initially brought on for recruitment purposes at the undergraduate level, and that quickly expanded to graduate. And then once you have them there, how then do we enrich the experience that they have as they're moving through both the undergraduate and graduate? So retention came on board, and then engagement, right? So what kind of partnerships are we developing for our students, for our faculty members, for the institution as a whole? And then also looking at on-campus partnerships. So we have some good data, some good research that shows that if students are part of living and learning villages on campuses, so specialized dorms, smaller dorms, we're noticing that their success rate, their performance as they're going through is greatly increased. And how then do we not necessarily add to that with a nuclear engineering living and learning environment, but take advantage of those that are out there. So the Women in Science and Engineering, as well as the Engineering Village. Also, knowing that there are only so many hours in the day and only so many individuals within any given department, how then do we then partner with some of the entities on campus and then specifically within the College of Engineering? So we have the Engineering Place, which is the outreach arm, the pre-college arm for the college itself. You're looking at year-long programs as well as summer programs, and development of curricula with your pre-college teachers that then can be integrated into the K-12 space. And then also looking at our university general education sets of courses, and how can we plug in material that is associated with nuclear engineering, both on the economic side, the social technical, so kind of putting those two together, giving a broader understanding of where exactly nuclear fits in the larger project. And then also developing a course, Geography of Energy. So we're able then to take a deeper dive into looking at what are the variables that are taken into consideration for what that energy portfolio looks like and where exactly nuclear fits, both on the technical side as well as the social side. In the last few years, we've paid a lot more attention to mental health of our students, the financial needs of the students, and then skills development, typically known as soft skills. I like to call it professional skills. These are the ability to take your technical and to explain to a non-technical group, to explain to your business folks that are holding on to the purses when you've got the most dynamic design that you would like to have implemented by a particular company or for the research dollars, right? How do you then have them come on board with you for this particular initiative? And then I have heavy involvement in the American Nuclear Society, specifically looking at the technical and the policy implementation. And then also the American Society for Engineering Education, where we're looking at curriculum and instruction, that development piece, starting from pre-college all the way through to graduate. And then I am a geographer by training. Energy geography is my specialty, geographic information systems as well, taking a look at how we interact with other professional organizations when it comes to nuclear in particular, because they could be our ambassadors in those other courses that our students need to take. And then I also sit on 2 OECD NEA Global Forum working groups, one dealing with gender balance and the other one looking at public perception of nuclear overall. So I wanted to share with you what I see as the nuclear landscape from my entry point. So in 2001, there were 104 reactors. We're now at 93 within the United States. And then you're looking in the 2000s, you look later on in the 2000s, you're looking at about 5 new construction projects within the United States, 3 of which are completed or near completion. And then also an increased interest and development in the SMR space and your microreactor space as well. Increase in, when you're looking at space and non-energy applications. And we're seeing students express more of an interest in those areas, especially looking at medical physics and then also medical doctors thinking of oncology as an application. Now, enrollment and graduation has ebbed and flowed over the years. And this is a snapshot that is put together by ORISE, and that's the Oak Ridge, I always forget what the I stands for, Science and Engineering, I guess Institute? Let's just say Institute for today. And this is a snapshot prior to COVID. And you can see that we have had many heights in way of our undergraduate programs in the United States, and that's in blue, and then red, slightly less of a growth, ebb and flowing as well, more of a gradual increase leading up to the fall of 2018. Now, when you look at COVID times, that did also have an impact, and we're awaiting some data analysis from ORISE in way of what we're seeing. If I'm going to take my university as an example, we have seen an continual ebb and flow in the undergraduate and an increase in the graduate program, generally speaking. We've increased our messaging, right, and putting it in different pockets, so to speak, looking at clean energy, national security, and international markets. And our students hearing that message in the K-12 space, right, to do social good, to participate in this grand national project around an advanced technology has helped us dramatically. Increased partnerships among government, and you're looking at NRC, DOE, national laboratories, our vendors and utilities as well. And those partnerships with universities in looking at joint faculty positions, looking at scholarships and fellowships, and then research consortia that have developed as well. We are seeing more developments in new nuclear nations, and then also taking a closer look at the uranium as well as the nuclear fuel cycle and how they are complementary, and what that provide in way of educational opportunities for our students. Advanced reactor technologies, we've talked about some today, and focusing in on NuScale, and that has increased the at least interest in our field. But the interest in our field overall. There's still some struggles. We're looking at public awareness of where nuclear fits into the larger energy enterprise, some public concerns around risk and accidents. We go back as far as Chernobyl, and more currently looking at Fukushima. And I'll explain a little why I say those two accidents in particular, or incidents in particular. We have competition from other industries for the best and brightest, right? High economic investment and slower construction times have hurt us as well when we're looking at enrollment in our particular program. So when we look at NC State overall, well, before that, there are about 30 departments within the United States. Some are standalone, and then others are within mechanical engineering programs as well as material science and engineering programs. We're the first university to have a teaching and research reactor, the first university to have a nuclear curriculum, and we've always been a standalone department. In recent years, we've been third in the nation for the last 5 times. I will not say who those other 2 institutions are that refuse to let us kind of break into the second or the first spot, but we are in good company, so to speak. Our foundational undergraduate program, your first year is a general. You can show an intent to be nuclear as a major, but you cannot major in it quite just yet. And it's based on your performance in that first year. There's an application process, and then you are a Bachelor of Science, Nuclear Engineering student. Foundational courses, you're similar to what we've said before, where we're looking at your calculus, differential equations, 1 and 2. You're also looking at your physics and chemistry introductory courses. And then you begin to get into, it's a very multidisciplinary program. So you're taking nuclear engineering courses along with thermal hydraulics, statics, dynamics, fluid mechanics. In way of the nuclear sets of courses, you are starting off with radiation detection, or sources and detection, and then you're moving into reactor physics, and then you're further moving into your various reactor systems and reactor design. There's a senior design project at the very end that kind of ties everything together, and in recent years, we have partnered with a number of industry partners and lab partners as well for the type of a question that we're posing to the students to work on this year-long project. We also have a number of special courses that fit under electives that our students can take. Non-proliferation, we're looking at health physics as well, AI, and machine learning. We are taking advantage of the fact that we have our reactor on campus on the experimental side, and then also computational side, looking at our simulator and other devices within the departments, working with various codes that are heavily used at national laboratories and in industry as well. Minors and also concentrations, we are starting to increase that. We're noticing the competition from other engineering disciplines as well, where they're organizing themselves around these various concentrations to kind of take advantage of the breadth and the depth that nuclear has to offer, just as many of the other engineering disciplines. We also have added an accelerated bachelor-master's program, a way of bringing them along to take a look at some of the graduate work that is available, and double counting some of the senior level courses so that then it reduces the overall time to completion. And that 5th year is a paid year, right? So our students do not have to worry about tuition and fees, and they're getting a stipend for being research assistants or teaching assistants. An online master's program to hold on to some of the students who are thinking, okay, I've had 4 years, it's been tough, enough of living like a student, I want to go into industry. But later on may think that, you know, I want to take advantage of the educational benefits that the company has to offer, and to have that available so they're not giving up working and being a professional to come back to school. The doctoral degree program, we've seen an increase in the number of students. We're now up to 107 of our 160 or so students in our graduate program. And then now we're taking a look at offering, especially after COVID, having some sort of hybrid doctoral program and offering that to our national laboratory professionals. We've been offering external workshops as well, internet reactors, specialized topics, along with our partners, NEA, IAEA, and any faculty connections when we're talking about Ghana or South Africa or looking at Bulgaria. So, we've been talking a lot about the pre-college space, and that is a space that we have tangentially been involved with, and then more specifically starting in the early 2000s, trying to have a more organized approach to engagement with high schoolers and realizing that students are making decisions that start earlier. So about 10 years ago, 10, 15 years ago, it was middle school. And now we're seeing from the research work that's being done by our College of Engineering education, that students are making decisions that impact what discipline they go into, what field they go in elementary school, and trying to have an impact at that level, more at the 30,000 feet level, and then start to get more specialized as they go into high school. By the time they get into high school, we have a Young Investigators summer program, 3 weeks, live on campus, and we take them through lectures, labs, small group projects, and industrial field trips. And we find that to be a nice segue into knowing whether nuclear engineering is for them, a slight interest, a definite interest, or more. And then I listed here informal learning environments, right? So we're working with Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, after school programs, going into churches as well. science teachers education, so we have a long-lasting or longer-lasting impact in the K-12 space. And then, because there is not a budget necessarily to have professional staff to the extent that we like, definitely including our student ambassadors. The messaging, I think that is similar to what we've heard today. And then also taking a look at the educational ecosystem as opposed to the pipeline, and how can we integrate all these parts so individuals are moving along or feel as part more so of a grouping as opposed to we're trying to force them through a pipeline of sorts. So best practices, we're looking at student success in and outside of the classroom, professional skills development that I had mentioned earlier. Also looking at curriculum integration, both, so you're starting at preschool, or pre-college, sorry, and then impact into the curriculum that is taught not only in science and math classes, but also in environmental studies classes and in history classes as well. And then also looking at integration further from STEM disciplines when they're on campus, right? So you're also looking at some of those general education courses that they have to take. Public-private partnerships, we could not do it without, in way of funding for students to go to school, internship and co-op opportunities, and then also student conferences and workshops. And then programming that is led by the student organization and how they see peer-to-peer involvement with K-12 space and with also your graduate students with undergraduates, your later undergraduate students with your new graduate students. And then we've been helped greatly by the role of state and federal government. So the CHIPS Act, recently passed in 2022, specifically talks about college nuclear education and the support thereof, as well as advanced nuclear technology and the infrastructure, and then looking at the supply chain. And then on the state level, we just got some change in the legislation moving from renewables to clean energy, which then is in line with how students are seeing this development overall, right? Carbon sequestration, and what are the technologies that will help us to lower our carbon footprint. And then, I think it was last week, we had an award of $3 million to do a feasibility study for another campus reactor, and that would be based off a small modular reactor design. Since we have one based off, I guess it would be similar to PWR that we have right now that we're using for research. We also have some partnerships that are going on here, national partnerships, so we don't want to reinvent the wheel, but we are participating in the development of the instruments. So navigating nuclear, looking at classroom as well as educator resources, science teachers workshops as well that will rotate throughout the US, nuclear ambassadors taking advantage of the student chapters of the American Nuclear Society as well as the local chapters. There is a scout patch as well as a Girl Scout badge as well as a Boy Scout badge that students can get, and we're utilizing our student chapter at each of the institutions, including our own, to run these Saturday programs. And then now there is a push for nuclear certification. So individuals making lateral entry into nuclear as well as kind of a nuclear 101, and then also renewal of various technical skills. That's in progress. So some of the challenges for us, similar to literally everyone around the globe, in way of public perception, and then especially looking at the field itself and seeing it as a narrow field, right? And then realizing the breadth and the depth within what we do. Influencing stakeholders, I'm talking about parents and counselors as we're going through, especially through the K-12 space. Attracting and retaining students and also professionals, right? So there's a draw from other industries. How do we become more inclusive when we're talking about women as well as underserved populations? Securing student funding, that's the one thing that has not stayed still. That just keeps on going up. And then also looking at multimodal and innovative curriculum instruction. How do we do that to make our industry as exciting as it really is, right? And take advantage of these new modes of instruction and learning. And securing support for educational institutions, both for educators as well as funding overall. It's about the pre-college space, it's about the university space. There's also trade schools and community colleges in this mix as well. So my concluding remarks, cultivating an educational ecosystem and all the pieces that have to come together in a particular way and be very location specific. And then also better alignment of people, policies, partnerships, and projects are needed, and that this is a continual refinement that we need to do. It's all about the journey in my humble estimates. It's about a work in progress. Thank you. So Ian, can I have you back up here? So what questions or comments do you have for us?
Let me ask you a question. Ian, you talked about, I forgot what the exact term was, I think you called it the CBT, the doctorate program, each of which had 4 or 5 universities. Can you describe the relationship with the universities actually implementing that program? What roles do they actually play?
So, well, the question was, what role do the universities have in the CDT, which is Centre for Doctoral Training? So, once they're awarded the grant by the government, so you receive a grant which is probably worth 40 PhD studentships, and you have to then draw up a contract and have some notional distribution of those amongst the partner universities. So it's a formal contract, but then it's done based on who can raise the industrial funding, basically. Now, I think when we first started, industry wasn't used to it, and we were slightly underfunded. Now we're completely oversubscribed by industry because they realize they get PhD for half price. The reason it's 50% as well is that means that the industrial super company cannot have the IP at that level of funding under the UK system. So the IP remains with the university. So that's also an issue that needs to be resolved. So those contracts, each individual PhD studentship is still negotiated with industrial partner, but under the IP rules, which are imposed by the UK government, because the UK government doesn't want to fund something and then pay the IP on it when it's actually created the instrument that's produced it in the first place. That's the argument.
So each university maintains control of the training of its students?
Yeah, so each PhD is awarded by each university, but the training, so we have about 7 courses. Some of those, so I'm talking about the one that we run, which is, so it has 7 modules that the students have to do, which is a bit like a master's program, but we don't actually make them do a master's, take a master's, because what happens is we did do that, and the industry didn't like it because they were doing this taught masters and they weren't starting their research soon enough. So that's all taught with, we like to say, the best people from each university, or the most appropriate people from each university to teach components of that course. For
Okay,
example,
so-
I teach a course with someone from Bangor University on nuclear materials. And,
Okay, so the courses for a student from your university may actually take courses in instruction and maybe do research in multiple institutions.
yes, yes.
Under this contract.
That's right. And if they're going to use the National Nuclear User Facility investments, then yeah, that's quite a big advantage that they could go to another university which isn't part of our CDT. So there might be something in Manchester which has received investment, and that's part of the Northern Group. They could still go there and do experiments there. So it's trying to leverage everything. And we do hold, the other thing that's sort of, we do cooperate with the other CDTs. So I think we heard a lot talk about careers fairs. So we have a winter school where all the CDT students come, and depending if you're in your first and second year, you do a poster. If you're in the third, fourth year, you give a talk. It's quite a big affair. It takes like 3.5 days. One of the days when the final year students are there, we invite industry sponsors and any other industry who are interested to come, and they can see a student giving a presentation. They can then, we arrange a space where they can meet them, and they, even if they want to have an interview with them afterwards, they can do that. And it's a bit like ANS sort of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, that sort of thing, as part of the whole winter school. And that's proved very popular with the industry and with the students, actually.
Thank you so much, Professor. Very interesting. I continue with the question with the DG Manwood. You speak about the courses, common courses, 6 courses, if I remember exactly.
Yeah.
The courses, it's common courses for all the university. It's realized by one university. It's realized by different, but it's same from all university?
No, no. So what I showed at the end was a list of courses for the master's program at Cambridge, but a very similar program is part of the doctoral training centre, and we choose, like, we purposely choose professors from different universities to give that course, and maybe 2 or 3 giving a, so students will go away for 1 week and maybe go to University of Bristol, or in fact where they go to is the EDF training centre, which is outside Bristol, where they have simulator, and they also, so they all go together. We have 2 or 3 professors giving the instruction. They get exercises to do, that sort of thing for 1 week. Then they go back to their universities. But the degree will be awarded by the university, and they'll have to follow the regulations of the university for that degree.
And I return to the PhD programs. The industry pay for this?
They pay, yeah, the price now is about £20,000 a year, but about £80,000 in totals, but you only have to pay every year.
How many years?
4 years, it's a 4-year course. 4-year course.
And the industry pay for each PhD student, or the students?
They pay half.
Half.
So the nice thing is that I and my colleagues, we have half.
I talk about the model,
We
it's
have
very important to
effectively
understand.
like £80,000 to bring to industry to say, if you have the other 80,000, we can work together on this project. It makes, you know, you get your ideas aligned when you have that sort of arrangement.
I have the last question for you, if Professor Marshall accepts some questions. If the government, you have an umbrella of the government, the national agency. The number of the PhD, it's managed or it's free. It's a number.
It's managed, so we get 40 full studentships for each doctoral training centre, and at any one time we've got 6 of those running, if you include the fusion one, in nuclear in general.
Thank you so much. It's very interesting.
I have a comment for the curve you present about enrollment in nuclear energy for undergraduates.
Yes.
I've seen the impact of Fukushima accident.
Yes.
The enrollment fall down, but now it's going up. And I have a question. You from the academics, how do you feel the state of nuclear industry in US and in UK? If you can.
Lee, go first. It's a bigger question.
It is bright for us, right? You have a stabilization of our current fleet. We are looking also at the diversification of the training, the education into other industries as well, and that has helped us over the years when there is a dip in the nuclear energy component. And then also you're looking at advanced reactors, both paper as well as actual bills on the horizon. Those have helped us overall. And then also a better placement of nuclear, right? We are part of the clean energy portfolio. We're part of the energy diversification. We're part of a national security. We're part of environmental stewardship. And key messages, knowing the audience and utilizing those and giving examples have helped us. We're still not there. That's why I always say that we're a work in progress, and we have to then understand our audience and understand realistically what our landscape looks like. So we are combining expectations on either side, and not over-promising, but also not under-promising. Where are we heading?
In the United States, also the government managed the number of the PhD students, or no? You have intervention?
We have a connection with our government through the Department of Energy and then also Nuclear Regulatory Commission as well. The Regulatory Commission gives monies, or there is an opportunity to win proposals, and then we can utilize for both undergraduate and graduate fellowships. And then the Department of Energy also has it's a new name, University Nuclear Leadership Program. That's 3 years funding at $169,000. It's not covering the complete cost of a graduate student, a doctoral student, but that then helps. And then our faculty then will go after various grants and work into their budget to fund students as well for 3 to 4 years or for completion. Now, 3 to 4 years typically is 3 years. That first year, then you're looking at, well, it's a combination of both the research proposals being one, and then also having our students apply for some of these national fellowships. That'll get them to that 4 to possibly 5 years to complete.
NSF or other?
So NSF, less so, because it has to be basic science, but some of our work, reactive physics work, or some of the plasma work that's done within our department, that fits. And we'll have those students go after that funding as well.
And a question for both. What is the academia implication in the national policy?
Ours have changed over the years, and we have become more aggressive. First and foremost, in way of faculty members being organized through the nuclear energy department head organization, and seeing as a key component of our existence as an industry, right, an educational industry, that we have to be in constant communication, conversation with our representatives, both at the federal level as well as the state level. And that has increased. And then through the American Nuclear Society, there is a nuclear engineering student delegation. And they also are engaging with our representatives at both the state and federal level, and that has increased as well. In addition to individuals that are hired by either trade organizations or professional organizations. For professional organizations, it's dicey. It can't be above 20% seen as lobbying, right? That engagement with your representatives. But to have educational programs for staff members so there's a better understanding or a relationship so that if there is a question that is asked, that they automatically come to us to get more information before making a decision. And that's helped as well.
Yeah. In the UK, we have various mechanisms for academics to influence government policy. We have the Nuclear Innovation Research Advisory Board, which contains both industry and academics on it and talks to the government. Our nuclear academics meeting, we have quite good consistency with the principals in the ministry who remain the same, even though the minister himself or herself has been changing very, very frequently in the UK. We've had 5 prime ministers in the last 6 years or so, and every time they change the government. Yeah. So the other aspect is in the implementation of a geological disposal facility. So there's other bodies that. So I'm an advisor on that geological disposal facility, and the chief scientist now, who was an academic, has been recruited into that role. So there are people influencing nuclear decisions in the UK from academia, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Any last questions? One last question before, if any. No? Well, thank you, and I'd like to kind of bring to a close this particular session, and then I think a much awaited session now with our students. So needs, expectations, and concerns of Romanian students and recent graduates. So if I can have that panel come up. Who's on that panel? Okay. Yes.
I'll try to play a nice role.
Okay.
Inviting the former students that I invited for the meeting today to come. Where is Christy? And the other, come on, you two as well. And in the same time, I invite here in the front one newcomer, un boboc. Hai că dacă mă uit la tine așa te hipnotizezi și ești automat. Și pe colega din anul 4 care își dorește o carieră, mai e pe aici? Hai, poftiți încoace. Sunt fix 6 locuri, 6 studenți. Vă rog să luați loc. Eu voi fi avocatul diavolului. I try to warm up the atmosphere for them, inviting them to take a seat. You are even more than 6, you are 7, okay. 7 is a holy number, so stay with me, stay here with me. I will tell you a secret. In the conference room, there are much more graduates in this moment. Some of them involved in the industry, some of them working in academics, some of them that left the research institute and came to academic, and some of them assuring the technical assistance of this global forum. But we'll keep this one secret. Let's focus a little bit on the ones that we specially invited here. And I will start with the one nearby me. In 2 words, who are you? What are you doing today? Yeah? And after that, we'll go to the next stage of playing each other with questions. Okay? Please.
Hello, good afternoon. So, to be short, my name is Alexandru Nițu. I work at the Institute for Nuclear Research. I'm the deputy head of the Nuclear Material and Corrosion Department and the head of the Thermomechanical Analysis and Microstructural Analysis group. This is...
Thank you, Alex. You have the microphones. Use it, please. No, the one... Just push the button, it's red, okay, it's working.
Hello, my name is Sanka. I'm a student of the last year at nuclear engineering. technologies. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm glad to be here, and thank you all for coming, and that's all. Thank you.
Yes. The senior.
Hello, my name is Constantin. I work at the Nuclear Research Institute here in Pitești. I am a control room operator at the Triga reactor.
Hello everyone, I'm Dragos. I'm a newbie in this kind of science, and I would like to perform in this part of science because the energy is the important thing in the world if we're thinking now.
Thank you, Dragos. The newcomers, we have a very nice nickname for them, Boboch. He's a Bobok. Okay, Andrei.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Andrei Tomescu, former graduate of the University of Pitești. I studied physics engineering and continued with science and technology of materials. And since 2009, I joined a nuclear fuel plant in Mioveni, nearby. Started as a young process engineer and transitioned slowly to the manufacturing area, and now I'm at the leading of the production department of the nuclear fuel plant. Thank you.
So, Nuclear Electrica has to rise up and say a big thank you to Andrei, because the pellets that and the fuel assembly that zero defects. Thank you, Andrei. The next.
Hello, my name is Eugen, and this year I completed the Energy and Nuclear Technology Study program at the University of Pitești, and now I'm working at a nuclear fuel plant at Mioveni as an engineering training.
Thank you. Ladies in nuclear.
Hello, my name is Roxana. I graduate energy and nuclear technology at Pitești, and now I'm an engineer in training at the nuclear plant in Mioveni.
Okay, and now let's start the game. The game is an easy one. You that are still students, you, Dragos, and you, Anka, will have to question these guys, you as a beginner, to try to find out why to stay and to remain in this university and to study and to graduate this study program. That is not an easy one. It's much easier to go for management, marketing, foreign languages, history. We have everything inside the university. Why to remain in this study program that is quite engaging and challenging? And you, Anka, you are nearby graduation. You have less than a year and you will be engineer. Try to find out from these people, doesn't matter which one, operator, production, whatever you want. Try to find out which are the most interesting 3 issues for you in the perspective to be next year a young engineer in the field. So good luck to all of you. I will stay here just to listen and say nothing, okay? And the first floor it belongs to Dragos. Success, Dragos.
Thank you. I've taken this opportunity much as a challenge, that I'm glad I can take that. For the beginning, I can start with my person. I'm kind of nervous now, but I'm finding me as a helpful person, as a student, as a normal person in the day by day. But also everything I heard now, everything I heard from the beginning of the meeting, and at this point, as just a student, it's, if I can resume that, is more as a help for the people, help for the society. And I'm glad to be a part of this project, maybe an important person in this program, or this opportunity, because it's opportunity to help people, to be useful in this society. And every people, every human that is present here, I think it's for this reason. And that's my biggest motivation for that. Thank you.
Hello again. I think that, no, I don't think. I'm convinced that I like challenges. That's why I'm here today. That's why I want to do something in this science. I will like to have the power to convince the people that nuclear energy doesn't kill anybody, doesn't make you sick. It's helpful, and we have to understand, they have to understand that. They are so afraid of that because they don't know. They have to be informed. That's why we have to inform the young ones from the high school. That's why we have to attract them in here. That's why we need people to know. Thank you.
So if I understood right from Mr. Kileshan, he said why young students have to continue to study in this area. The answer is continuing studying is the only key to open the nuclear area door. So for the almost graduating students, we need them. Human resource is very important, so keep studying and be ready to join us.
So, from the seniors and other perspectives, please, tell us what makes you happy and which are the 1, 2, 3 issues to be changed in education, looking now back from the perspective of a professionist, Christy. Go on and be honest. You are not anymore under my coordination. Your future doesn't depend on me anymore.
So, I don't change anything in education here in Pitești. I don't know what to say.
Zi în română dacă vrei și traducem. Hai mă! Te-am lăsat eu vreodată restanțier? Okay. Maybe you, Alex, tell us what should be changed from the perspective of a professionist right now. You are a professionist. looking back to the period when you were a student.
Okay, taking into account of my experience, first of all, I would like to say a good point. During the faculty, all the students were encouraged to apply to mobility funds, so I took advantage and I had the opportunity to go in internship at Ansaldo Nucleare in Italy. So this could be or maybe can be due again for the students. Another thing that I think is good for the students is to have updated laboratories, all the techniques that they need, and also good collaboration with the industry. It's very important. I don't know, scholarship, summer school, different kind of programs to get involved in the industry, to know which are the good points, or I don't know, to feel the hard work, and to have success together with teams that are working on different kind of projects. I don't know. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So mobility programs and university changed my life as well, for the better, because family and friends will understand if you go abroad for a couple of weeks or even months to learn and develop, because it's for your benefit and for theirs as well. Nuclear industry and universities want students to grow and to be successful at the personal level and also at the professional level. And we highly encourage you to involve, to be present, and to take the advantage of these so many opportunities that you have in your face, because there are good times for you now. There are a lot of opportunities for you to learn and to develop. We want you at our side. We want you as our colleagues in both academia and the industry. We want you to give voice to your thoughts, to be inspired, and to be empowered to make decisions and to make a change, to be the change, actually. Because the world needs you, and you can do it now. There are so many opportunities and so many domains related to nuclear in which you can involve. It's almost impossible to not find something that suits you. Just be there and try to take advantage of it. It will help you a lot. Having a multicultural experience in a working group or in a training session abroad will help you in so many ways in which you do not realize now, but it will remain for your entire life. Just try it. Be courageous. Be daring. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrei. Now, ladies in nuclear have to speak.
What I would change, I think that first year at the university is the most important, and then students should see what companies are doing, because there are a lot of students that are graduating without working in the field. Thank you.
So going from the very first week in the factory. Andrei, are you ready to accept a bunch of boboks coming to the factory?
Yeah, pretty often offer guided tours at the power plant, at the factory. And it's very nice to see there is interest among young students. And we are very fortunate to have a very good gender balance at our plant. There are so many open-minded, smart, and brilliant women that occupy a lot of management and leadership positions, and from various domains like nuclear safety and security, quality management, evaluation and development of management systems, environmental protection, occupational health and safety, human resources, procurement, maintenance, and independent evaluation, and legal department. And there are a lot of places in which you can exert your abilities and put to good use what you've learned in the university and outside as well. So we welcome you to go to this path and to follow a career in nuclear. Thank you.
Thank you for this optimistic approach. When you have 20 little ducks running around the factory, trying to keep them together, it will be a bit difficult, but anyway. Okay, Dragos, you are now?
I don't have for the moment any idea with change in the studying progress of the newbie, but if I had some ideas, I would glad to tell you.
You have not yet faced any exam, huh?
Yeah.
We'll speak in February. Okay. If one of you wants to intervene and to say something more, otherwise I will let you, in the hands of the auditorium, to answer to the questions you receive from the auditorium. Anyone wants to say something more? Okay, now success.
I'm always curious, when did you know, or when did that spark to study or to look more into nuclear engineering happen?
I want to tell you that the first thing that I wanted to do in life, it was medicine. I was in love with the anatomy, human anatomy. So I don't know what happened, but I was inspired by my brother, and he told me, try this. You are perfect for this. You can do this. I want to see you doing that and to see if you can succeed. And I did it. I didn't understand the question, I'm sorry. After I participated to my first class, I knew that this is my profile.
So that's your first class at university?
Yes. Thank you.
So, firstly, this park was a gift, I can say so, from my dad that encouraged me to be better in physics and chemistry. But I wasn't sure why he gave me that gift. I was interested in medicine as well. But I think God's changed the path. And I want to know a solution for this imbalance in my life. And I took a look in the program studying at the University of Pitești, and I've seen nuclear and technical engineering studies, and that was kind of fun for me. Also was interesting that everything makes a connection with my childhood to my to me in the present. That was the biggest motivation that I've chosen this type of study. Also, my ambition to find a solution to every aspect of my life.
Just a quick question, because earlier today we saw some presentations with the number of boboch, yes, yes, very high, but at the end, for the graduation, the number is quite limited. But you stayed, and you went through till the end. So what advice would you like to give to the future boboch? Thank you.
Never give up. You can do whatever you want, just be focused and give it a try to everything. Believe me. Thank you.
I want to give them a message. Steal all the information for the teacher because you need it. Thank you.
Why to steal it as far as we are ready to offer it? But anyway, steal it. So if there are no more questions, a last word, some of you?
Thank you again for organizing this event. It makes me very happy to see that there are representatives of so many universities from Romania that aim to strengthen their relations and to extend their network of partners, and all to help students grow and to prepare them for tomorrow. Because it's very important that we have a future and to have a good future, and they are the power of this future. It makes me also happy to see that there are still teachers willing to share their knowledge and their lifelong learnings, so that the students will benefit it all.
Thank you very much, Andrei. Thanks God we are still alive. You're right. Okay, so if we have no more questions and no more interventions, I just want to be sure that tomorrow morning we will meet again with the students here, look into my eyes and say yes. Otherwise, and just a practical announcement, and after that I pass the floor to, at 7 o'clock, I announced already on the group, Victoria Restaurant. Yeah? Okay. From this moment, my duties are off. Thank you very much.
I want to echo and say that thank you for coming for day one. This was exciting. And then the work begins tomorrow, right? Where we divide up into smaller groups to have a discussion and come up with an action plan. I'd like to turn it over to our DG Magwood. Coming for a picture? 1 second. He's going to take a picture with everyone. And then he's going to say some words.